İndi başlaya bilərik. Mən hər kəsi salamlayıram. Bu məkanı hər zaman bilirsiniz də biz gözəl məkan, çox mistik bir məkan, mənalı bir məkan, simvolik bir məkan. Doğrudan da buranın enerjisini hər kəs bura gələn qeyd edir ki, buranın tamamilə başqa bir enerjisi var və hətta deyirlər ki, yəqin ki, buradan Azərbaycana bəxş olunan o müəllimlər, o istedadlar, alimlər, yazıçılar, yəqin ki, onların ruhudur ki, buranın enerjisini bu qədər çox qəribə və izah olunmaz edir. Mən hər birinizə deməli, xoş gəldin deyirəm. Əslində bizim xoş gəldiyimiz biraz bundan əvvəl adanın ocaq başında, süfrə başında çox gözəl şəkildə baş verdi. Mən kollegalarla da söhbət eləyirdim və deyirdim ki, nə gözəl mənzərədir. Adanın bütün müəllimləri burada yığışıb süfrə ətrafına söhbət eləyirlər, yemək yeyirlər. Bu bir növ o deməkdir ki, biz öz məqsədimizə çatmışıq. Çünki bu seminariyanın və o xüsusilə də müəllimlər evinin açılmağın məqsədi bax o idi. O müəllimlər evinin dizaynı olanda, düzdür, mən dizaynla da çox yaxından iştirak eləmirdim, amma hər zaman o söhbətlərə qulaq asırdım. Bu mənzərə, bu şəkil hər zaman müzakirə olunurdu ki, müəllimlər gələcək, yığışacaqlar, süfrə arxasına, çay arxasına, söhbət eləyəcəklər, təhsildən danışacaqlar və artıq 5 il sonra tam müəllim heyətində, əlbəttə ki, bura müəllimlər tez-tez gəlir, gedir, bu baş verdi. Bu gün daxili bir deməli tədbirdir, yığıncaqdır. So I will have to switch to English, but I couldn't start in English given the nature of the venue, given the mission of the venue. So I wanted to start in Azerbaijani and then to move to the English language. Of course, I want to, in a few words, highlight that welcoming all our teachers today is a special honor, and it's also a special responsibility here at this place, at a very symbolic and meaningful place. And this morning and yesterday, colleagues from the train, they were sharing the videos of the faculty on the train. It was very exciting to see how excited faculty are coming here, and I thought this is a very wonderful parallel between what happened in Qazax Müəllimlər Seminary 100 years ago and what is happening today between ADA University and Qazax Seminary. If hundreds and more years ago it was Firidun Köçerli coming here and bringing here education, enlightenment to Qazax and in the presence of Qazax to the whole country of Azerbaijan. And it was his initiatives and he was paying. Today it was ADA faculty on the train coming to Qazax, coming to ADA Qazax Center, ADA Qazax Teacher Seminary, and bringing already a new enlightenment, modern education, contemporary education, novelties in education, new type of teaching, new type of teacher. And this to me is very, very symbolic, going back to our roots so that we strengthen our teaching and go forward to a more modern education. But there is one difference. Firidun Bey Köçerli was paying himself, he was supporting it, and in our case, our Firidun Köçerli is Hafiz Müəllim. He supported these initiatives and he is paying for our trip here. This is still a parallel, but this is a minor difference. And I think I should highlight this, how supportive he becomes whenever there is any initiative, any incentive related to faculty and their well-being and their academic success. Well, of course, in this place you cannot do any kind of opening, and I have to do some kind of an inspirational opening. I am inspired as every time I'm here, and I'm sure that all my other colleagues and all other faculty who are here, they get the same inspirations, as I said. And the other day, we were discussing what we should do for our 20th year celebration. This year, ADA University is becoming 20 years old. It's a very important milestone, and we will have a series of events culminating, of course, in a bigger event. What I really like about ADA University and how we approach things, we are not looking at this as a pure celebration, but we are looking at it as more reflection and holding ourselves accountable of what we have done in this period of time. Have we met the expectations of students, of government, of parents, of people? So the discussions are more in these directions, and I think this is what ADA is about. And I am glad that one of the very first of these events is actually starting here at a starting point, at this, as I said, at this meaningful place, at where the first teachers were cultivated for our homeland, for our country. But when we saw that what is it that we want to share with the wider community on our 20th anniversary, Galip Malim said that we have to tell our story. And I was thinking, what is our story? Of course, this is not for sharing. This is here at Qazax seminary, or what is at least some part of our story? And I think this is our story. The revival of teaching, the revival of teachers, bringing back the reputation of teaching profession, bringing back the nobility of teaching profession. This is the core of our story. This is how the story of ADA University started. And here again we see many parallels between seminary and ADA University, and probably you know these parallels even more better than me. Maybe you can also build these parallels, because just like Chernyshevsky, who would go to various villages and find and bring the talent, ADA started exactly the same way, but again, there are similarities and there are differences. But ADA went to different parts of the globe to find that talent, to bring that talent, and to provide that environment so that talent can feel happy and proud for teaching. And more I hear stories that I think exactly the stories we need to hear in teaching profession. For example, yesterday it happened that I was traveling with Nurattin Malim, a side faculty, and I saw a very bright, young, dynamic faculty who used to work in industry, but then he found himself in teaching. And I think this is the story. ADA is a place, is an environment that actually provides those values, that culture, when this kind of devoted, dedicated young people, they feel themselves belonging to teaching, and they come to teach here. So this is, I wanted to tell that probably this is one of the stories that we would want to share in our bigger stories. But 20th anniversary is, of course, a very important milestone, but as ADA, we should always look forward. We should have a more long-term thinking, and soon these 20 years will become 40 years, 60 years, 80 years, and we should also look ahead of us. I want to say that this is also a very critical point in the education field and in the role of teachers, because you are in the classroom with the students on an everyday basis. You are the ones seeing all these transformative changes that the digital tools are bringing, or the changes in economy are bringing, even political changes in the political landscape bringing. So it means that this is the time that as you have been very always caring and devoted and dedicated to teaching, this is also the time that we should not stay indifferent and continue to be committed and get together like this more frequently and take the leadership and strengthen the teacher leadership, because I believe that changes at educational institutions are much stronger when there is a teacher leadership, faculty leadership, who initiate more and more to improve and enhance the teaching. And yes, it is critical. I think we are all at the Dean's Council or other occasions, we constantly discuss. Rector is also tired probably of me bringing up this issue. We talk about artificial intelligence and how it completely changes the assessment, the learning. So why I say this is a critical time, this is a critical time for us, as I said, to be very active in following all these changes and bringing them to our education system so that ADA continues to become a very powerful story as it is right now. So, this is something that I wanted to mention. Today, as you know, we are here to, first of all, to celebrate teaching excellence, to celebrate excellence in research, and to celebrate technology and education unity. This is something that the education of ADA University is built upon. Teaching is important, but teaching cannot be advanced teaching cannot be contemporary without the research, and similarly, considering all the changes, without technology, we can also not provide a modern education. So that's why we are recognizing our best teachers, novel teachers in all these three categories. But as I previously mentioned, innovative teacher today is the one who considers all the changes. Innovative researcher today, I think, is not only thinking about the research that is published in high-impact journals, but even at ADA we need research. We need research of you faculty to show us the impact on ADA. There is so much that you can all help to improve our ADA, to make an impact to ADA through the research. And I think we should more and more think and recognize and celebrate and award and encourage this kind of faculty, this kind of scholars at ADA University who will be producing research also for ADA and making impact on ADA. So we have our traditional three categories in which we will provide our awards. But this time we changed a little bit the format because we should continue the culture of sharing, not simply receiving your award and putting it in your office rooms. But as I said, faculty leadership is extremely important in dissemination of this kind of innovative, impactful culture. So this time we organized it in a format where our award winners will share with all of us what are the things that they are doing differently. What are the things that they are, the new things that they are bringing to their classrooms so that other faculty members can assimilate with, can reassure that, okay, I am also doing this, or can learn from each other. I think this culture is very important, this culture of sharing, and in this 5th anniversary, we are starting to do it in a more close manner. So this is basically about the first half of the day, but celebration is also having good time, enjoying our time. So we have taken care of that as well. That you have enough free time. This is the first time actually in a gathering at ADA Qazax Center in my history that I remember that we have free time where you can enjoy your time, you can have a little bit rest before our evening program, evening gala dinner program, where the rector himself will address you and himself will give you awards along with the mayor of the Qazax city. And of course, there is no dinner without a very good musical program. We have our long-standing friend, Nigar Hanım, who is always supporting us with this. Well, since we are in the seminary, in Firidun Bey Köçerli seminary started with him, I think you would all agree that we should all start with educating ourselves more, including myself. What is this place about? Of course we know, but unfortunately not to the extent that we should. I'm sure our history teachers probably know more. But we wanted to start with this, educating, with getting inspired of what kind of people were here, what kind of things they did with all the difficulties they had, and who they actually gave to this country. And for this, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Azat Ağaoğlu, and himself is a philologist, he's a translator, and recently in one Azerbaijani Gazete, another very wonderful initiative of the university, and as far as I know of our rector personally, it's a great initiative. He has a research in that gazette, in Azerbaijan Gazete, dedicated to the Qazax Teachers Seminary. Azat müəllim, mən sizi dəvət eləmək istəyirəm. Buyurun.
Hörmətli rektor, əziz ADA ailəsi və dəyərli qonaqlar, əvvəla bugün burada olmaqdan çox şad olduğumu ifadə eləmək istəyirəm. Çünki bu məkanın Azərbaycan xalqının tarixində və taleyində nə qədər böyük bir rolu olduğunu düşünəndə insan, bura başqa bir məna qazanır və insanın gözündə doğrudan da müqəddəsləşir. Və mən burada bugün ilk dəfə buradayam və ADA Universiteti əlbəttə ki, buranı həm ruhunu saxlamaqla, amma tamamən dəyişdirməklə çox möhtəşəm bir işə imza atıb. Bugünkü mövzumuz Firidun Bey Köçərlinin Azərbaycan qəzetində Firidun Bey Köçərli və Qazax seminariyasıdır, amma düşünürəm ki, sadəcə Azərbaycan qəzeti ilə məhdud qalmaq doğru olmaz. Biraz Firidun Bey Köçərlinin ümumiyyətlə çalışmalarından, irsindən qısa da olsa bəhs eləmək lazımdır və ümumiyyətlə əslində bugünkü mövzumuz, bugünkü tədbirin ruhuna da müvafiq olaraq sadəcə əslində Firidun Bey Köçərli ilə də məhdud deyil. Əslində bir müəllimi tanıtmaqdır. Yəni sözün həqiqi mənasında müəllim olan və o böyük hərflə yazılan, necə deyərlər, müəllimi tanıtmaqdan ibarət olacaq. Amma qısaca yəqin ki, burada iştirak edənlərin çoxunun xəbəri var. Bir-iki cümlə ilə Azərbaycan qəzetindən bəhs eləmək istəyirəm. 15 sentyabr 1918-ci il və 28 aprel, yəni işğal günü 1920-ci il. Bu son nömrəsidir. 435 nömrəsi çap olunmuş bir qəzetdir. Cümhuriyyət dövrünün bir nömrəli mətbu orqanıdır və Cümhuriyyət dövrünün bütün xronikasını özündə əks etdirən ən əhəmiyyətli mətbu orqanıdır. Və bilirsiniz ki, bu qəzet yenə ADA Universitetinin təşəbbüsü və dəstəyi ilə müasir Azərbaycan əlifbasına köçürülərək tam halda nəşr edilir. Azərbaycan qəzetində Firudin bəy Köçərli və Seminariya macərası belə demək mümkündürsə, 1918-ci ilin 13 oktyabrında qəzetin 13-cü nömrəsində qısa bir xəbərlə başlayır. Bu xəbər belədir: Qori Darülmüəllimininin müsəlman şöbəsi Qazax şəhərinə köçmüşdür. Darülmüəlliminin nazirliyinə, yəni müdirliyinə məşhur müəllim Firudin bəy Köçərli təyin edilmişdir. Bu xəbərlə Azərbaycan qəzetində Seminariya və Köçərli başlayır. Əlbəttə, bundan əvvəl də var, yəni hökumətin müsəlman şöbəsini Azərbaycana köçürmək haqqında qərarı var. Amma bunlar qəzetdə öz əksini tapmayıb təəssüf ki. Çünki qəzet bilirsiniz ki, biraz gec nəşrə başlayıb. İlk xəbər budur. Və bunun ardından mən bir neçə hökumət xəbəri var, onları da qısaca qeyd etmək istəyirəm. Seminariyaya təyin olunan müəllimlər. Bunlar əlbəttə ki, Firudin bəy Köçərlinin yaxından tanıdığı və özünün dəvət etdiyi şəxslərdir. Amma Maarif Nazirliyinin əmri ilə Qazax Darülmüəlliminə tədris etməkdən ötürü aşağıda adları yazılan zəvat, yəni şəxslər təyin edilirlər. Bu da yenə 31 oktyabr tarixli nömrədə əksini tapmış bir xəbərdir və burada çox maraqlı adlar var. Məsələn, İsfəndiyar Vəkilov var. Bu şəxs Azərbaycanda maarif sahəsində çox önəmli fəaliyyətlər olan bir adamdır. Yusif Qasımov var. Yusif Qasımovun üstünə hələ qaydacağıq yəqin ki. Maraqlı olan cəhət burasındadır ki, Yusif Qasımov 1918-ci ildən etibarən Komünist Partiyasının üzvüydü. Buna baxmayaraq Firudin bəy Köçərli onu seminariyaya dəvət eləmişdi, müəllimlik fəaliyyətindən, pedaqoji fəaliyyətindən ötürü və seminariyada işləmişdi. Və burada daha sonra yenə maarif sahəsində önəmli xidmətlər olan və daha sonra Naxçıvanın maarif komissarı, yəni maarif naziri olan Əli Hüseynov və s. kimi şəxslərin adları var. Və bundan sonra seminariyanın açılışına dair bir xəbər gəlir. 6 noyabrda Azərbaycan qəzetində belə bir xəbər var ki, 8-9 noyabrda seminariyada imtahanlar keçiriləcək və 10 noyabrda da dərslərə başlanacaq və tələbələr burada hökumət xərci ilə təhsil alacaqlar. Və həmən 7 noyabrda yenə seminariya müəllim təyin edilməsi haqqında xəbər var və 18-ci ilin noyabr nömrələrindən birində qəzetin daha sonra redaktor olmuş Xəlil İbrahimin dövrün maarif naziri ilə bir müsahibəsi var. O dövrdə maarif naziri, ikinci hökumətin maarif naziri Nəsib bəy Yusif bəylidir və Nəsib bəy Yusif bəyli ilə Azərbaycanda maarifin problemlərindən danışarkən, müəllim hazırlığı problemindən danışarkən Nəsib bəy xüsusilə qeyd edir ki, Qori Darülmüəllimini artıq Qazax şəhərinə köçürülmüş və islah edilmişdir, yəni təkmilləşdirilmişdir və bundan sonra da bəzi yenə eyni qaydada Darülmüəlliminlər seminariyaları açmaqla biz müəllim hazırlığı problemini aradan qaldırmağa çalışacağıq. Və 14 noyabr tarixli nömrədə seminariyanın açılışına dair bir xəbər var. Daha doğrusu bu Firudin bəy Köçərlinin Maarif Nazirliyinə çəkdiyi teleqrafı eyni ilə dərc ediblər. Bakıda maarif nəzarətinə Biminnətil Kərim bugün qəbləz-zəval, yəni günortadan sonra saat 12-də məktəbin rəsmi güşadı, yəni açılış mərasimi bura əskəri heyəti daxil olduğu halda parlaq bir surətlə yapılmış və adil Azərbaycan hökumətinin ilələbət bəqasının duası Cənab-ı Həqdən təzərrü və niyaz edilmişdir. Yəni Azərbaycan hökumətinin daim var olması üçün dua edilərək seminariya açılır. Milli hökumətin varlığının əbədi olması üçün dua edilərək seminariya açılır. Bilirsiniz ki, milli hökumət 28 apreldə süqut elədi və üstündən heç 40 gün keçmədən Firudin bəy Köçərlini güllələdilər. Milli hökumətin süqut, yəni varlığının davam eləməsi bu dərəcədə önəmli idi. 40 gün sonra Azərbaycan xalqına bu qədər xidmətləri keçmiş olan bir şəxsi və artıq kifayət qədər 57 yaşındaydı güllələndiyində, hökumət süqut eləyən kimi tələm-tələsik 40 gün içərisində belə kədərli bir hadisə. Və seminariya ilə bağlı rəsmi xəbərlər demək olar ki, bununla yekunlaşır. Çünki seminariya açıldı, Qazaxa köçürüldü, açılışı da oldu, imtahan da oldu, tələbələr qəbul edildi. Demək olar ki, bununla qutarır və bundan sonra seminariya haqqında daha başqa maraqlı yazılar var. İki rəsmi xəbər daha var, bunları da qeyd etmək istəyirəm. Qazax tacirlərindən Nəsib Eyyubov cənabları Qazax Darülmüəlliminin məktəbinin fəxri papeçiteliyinə, yəni qəyyumluğuna təyin olunur. Nəsib Eyyubov deyə bu Qazax tacirlərindən, bilmirəm bu şəxsin haqqında nə dərəcədə araşdırılıb bu şəxs. Yəni seminariyanın rəsmi qəyyumu təyin edilmiş şəxsdir. Bir də 14 oktyabr nömrəsində, yəni artıq açılışdan bir il sonra təxminən Nazirlər Kabinetində Firudin bəy Köçərlinin bir müraciəti müzakirə olunur. Firudin bəy Köçərli hökumətə müraciət eləyib şagirdlərə forma hazırlamaq üçün parça, bəzzaziyyə malı, yəni parça istəyir hökumətdən və birinci il qəbul olunan şagirdlərin paltarını Firudin bəy Köçərli Qazaxlı xeyriyyəçilərin də köməyi ilə öz imkanları ilə tikdirmişdi, forma tikdirmişdi onlara. Amma ikinci il hökumətə müraciət edirlər və hökumət də qeyri-qanuni şəkildə ölkədən çıxarılmağa çalışan və Ağstafa stansiyasında müsadirə edilən parçaların Qazax seminariyasına, şagirdlərə forma tikdirmək üçün Qazax seminariyasına verilməsi haqqında bir qərar qəbul edir. Bununla rəsmi xəbərlər başa çatır, amma daha maraqlı xəbərlər hələ bundan sonradır, belə demək mümkünsə. 14 oktyabr 1918-ci il nömrəsində Firdun Köçərlinin özünün yazısı var. Zaqafqaziya Darülmüəllimininin Müsəlman şöbəsi adlı bir yazıdır və burada bu seminariyanı Qazaxdan bura necə gətirdiyi, qısaca əlbəttə çox təvazökarlıqla sadəcə deyir ki, bir çox zəhmət və məşəqqətlərdən sonra bu işi görə bildik. Əslində həyatını da təhlükəyə ataraq bu işi görmüşdü. Yəni çox çətin başa gəlmişdi seminariyanın Qazaxdan, Qoridən gətirilməsi. Çünki məsələ burasındadır ki, bizim Azərbaycan hökuməti artıq Rusiya dağıldığı üçün onun mirasından bizim də öz payımızı almamız gərəkdiyi qənaətində idi və Qori seminariyasının müsəlman şöbəsinin də Azərbaycana gəlməsi qənaətində idi. Amma bunu əlbəttə gətirmək asan olmamışdı. Yəni bizim olan şeyi, bizim haqqımız olan şeyi elə asanlıqla bizə verməmişdilər. Biz bunun bir bənzəri şeyi başqa məsələdə də görürük ki, məsələn, yenə imperiya dağıldı, buradan biz də öz haqqımızı almalıyıq deyə imperiya ordusunun Qafqazdakı silahlarının Azərbaycan, Gürcüstan və Ermənistan arasında bölüşdürülməsi məsələsi müzakirə edilmişdi. Ona dair bir razılıq əldə edilmişdi. Amma Qafqazdakı Rus ordusunun silahlarını ermənilər və gürcülər öz aralarında bölüşdürdülər. Azərbaycana isə hələ İrandan və Türkiyədən geri çəkilən ordu hissələri var. Onlar buradan keçərkən siz də o silahları alarsınız, onları da sizə verərlər deyə Azərbaycanın haqqını yəni bu şəkildə güya verməyə çalışmışdılar. Onlar da o silahları təhvil vermədən aparmağa çalışdılar və bilirsiniz ki, 18-ci ilin yanvarın lap əvvəllərində Şəmkir hadisələri baş verdi. Hər halda Şəmkir hadisələri haqqında Azərbaycan qəzetində də məlumat var, dövrün başqa mətbuatında da məlumat var. Yenə Ad Universitetinin daha əvvəl nəşr etdiyi Əfkar-ı Mütəllimin jurnalında da bu barədə məlumat var. Yəni biz öz haqqımız olaraq gördüyümüz şeyləri almağımız heç bir zaman elə asan başa gəlməyib. O cümlədən də Qori seminariyasından payımıza düşəni almağımız. Firdun bəy Köçərli burada bir şeyi qeyd edir ki, Qazax əhalisi deyir ki, seminariyanın ehtiyacları üçün bağ, bostan, başqa əkinçilik ehtiyacı üçün 10 desiyatin sulu və münbit yer, hər sənə 1000 manat pul və ibtidada başlanğıçda da 3000 manat verməyi əhali özü vəd eləyir. Azərbaycan hökuməti də öz boynuna bəzi işləri götürür və daha sonra Firidun bəy Köçərli bu yazısını belə qutarır ki, maarif nəzarəti özündən asılı olan maddi və mənəvi köməyi əsirgəməyəcək. Mən inanıram ki, əsirgəməyəcək. Amma bu seminariyanın yaşaması yenə də böyük ölçüdə əhalinin köməyinə və yerli əhalinin rəğbət və himmətinə bağlı olacaq. Və daha sonra bilirik ki, Qazax əhalisi də bu seminariyanı yaşatmaq üçün əlindən gələni elədi. Sonra Firidun bəyin o ittiham edilmə, həbs edilməsi və ittiham edilməsində bu Qazax əhalisinin köməyi də onun əleyhində əslində onun ittihamnaməsində yer alacaq. Yəni, əhalinin verdiyi seminariyanın açılması üçün könüllü olaraq verdiyi torpaqlar və iyanələr və s. Firidun bəy sanki əhalini aldadaraq onların torpağını əlindən almış kimi orada ittiham edilir və nəticədə günahlandırılır və güllələnir. Qazax Darül Müəlliminin açılması münasibəti ilə 2 dekabr 18-ci il tarixli bir yazı da var. Burada seminariyanın açılışı ilə bağlı o açılış mərasiminin necə keçdiyi və burada statistika var ki, 35 nəfər müvəffəqiyyət qazanaraq təhsil almağa başlayır. Amma müraciət edənlərin sayı çox olduğu üçün müəllimlər belə qərara gəlirlər ki, yaxın zamanda təkrar imtahan keçirərək başqa şagirdlər də qəbul eləsinlər. Qazax seminariyası sadəcə təhsil verməklə qalmayıb. Burada bir sıra tədbirlər də keçirilib və bu tədbirlərdən bəziləri də Yeni Azərbaycan qəzetində öz əksini tapıb. Bunlardan biri elə dekabrında, 1918-ci dekabrında Mövlud günü münasibəti ilə, yəni Peyğəmbərin doğum günü münasibəti ilə keçirilən tədbirdir. Hələ Osmanlı ordusu Azərbaycandadır, o dövrdə Osmanlı ordusunun da iştirakı ilə və burada bu tədbirdə həm Firidun bəy Köçərli çıxış edir, həm Rəşid bəy Əfəndizadə çıxış edir və burada maraqlı bir məsələ bundan ibarət ki, bayaq adını çəkdiyimiz Yusif Qasımov, müəllim Yusif Əfəndi Qasımzadənin köməyi və göstərməsi ilə şagirdlər bir neçə şərqilər oxuyub kaman çaldılar və şeirlər oxudular. Deyir ki, şərqilər arasında bəzən şeirlər oxunurdu. Onlardan ziyadə təsirləri Tofiq Firətin əsərlərindən Millət şərqisi və Fərda mənzuməsi idi. Əlbəttə, burada parti məsələsi, siyasət məsələsi danışmaq yeri deyil. O başqa məsələ. Xüsusilə hadisələrin üzərindən 100 ildən artıq vaxt keçib. Amma məsələn, Yusif Qasımov bayaq dediyimiz 18-ci ildən Komünist Partiyasının üzvü olan bir şəxsdir və şagirdlərə öyrətdiyi şeirlər birinci növbədə Tofiq Firətin şeirləridir. Məsələn, Millət şərqisidir. Əgər xatırlayırsınızsa, Sovet dövründə Türk ədəbiyyatından Azərbaycanda nəşr edilən şəxslərin başında gəlirdi Tofiq Firət. Çünki ideyaları bunlara, yəni komünist ideyalarına yaxın görülürdü və burada adını çəkdiyi o Millət şərqisi də yəqin ki, çoxunuza tanış gələcək şeirdir. Çeynəndi yetər varlığımız cəhillə qəhrə başlayan o məşhur şeirdir. Zülmün topu var, gülləsi var, qələsi varsa haqqında bükülməz qolu, dönməz üzü vardır. Bu şeiri yəqin ki, çoxunuz xatırlayacaqsınız. Və buradan bir bəndi də qısaca oxumaq istəyirəm. Haqsızlığın ənvayını gördük, bu mu qanun? Ən qəmli səfalətlərə düşdük, bu mu dövlət? Dövlətsə də, qanunsa da artıq yetər olsun bu dəni, zülmü, cəhalət. Yəni, Yusif Qasımov orada öz ideyalarını təbliğ edə bilirdi və şagirdlərə öz ideyalarını aşılaya da bilirdi. Bunu niyə xüsusilə diqqətə çatdırıram? Yəni, Yusif Qasımovla bağlı bir məsələ deyil bu. Məsələ ondan ibarətdir ki, Firidun bəy Köçərlini güllələyəndə siyasi səbəblər də qoymuşlar əlbəttə. Müsavatçı olmağı və kommunistləri təqib eləməyi. Halbuki, məsələn, Yusif Qasımov özü 18-ci ildən Komünist Partiyasının üzvü olan bir şəxsi özü dəvət edib seminariyaya və bu adam da seminariyada öz fəaliyyətini, yəni uşaqlara istədiyi şəkildə təbliğ eləməsinə də heç bir məhdudiyyət qoyulmayıb. Amma əlbəttə bunlar da Firidun bəy Köçərlini təəssüf ki, xilas eləmədi. Burada maraqlı şeylərdən biri də Osmanlı zabitlərindən biri çıxış edir seminariyanın açılışında və deyir ki, hər bir qüvvədən ziyadə Osmanlılar ilə Azərbaycanlıları birləşdirən böyle elm və maarif mənbələri olacaqdır. Bu cümlə məncə çox önəmlidir. Yəni, Osmanlılarla Azərbaycanlıları birləşdirən şey birinci növbədə elm və maarif olacaqdır. Bugün biz, yəni eyni şeyi bugün Azərbaycan-Türkiyə yaxınlığında hər halda görürük, şahid oluruq və daha çox şahid olacağımızı da gələcəkdə ümid edirik. O Peyğəmbərin mövlüdü günü bir də bir il sonraki mövlüd gündə yenə 19-cu ilin dekabrında keçirilib və bununla da artıq şeydən sonra, yəni Bolşevik işğalından sonra əlbəttə bu tədbirlər başa çatır. Seminariyada başqa tədbirlərdən biri bir teatr tamaşasıdır. Qazax Darülmüəllimində şagirdlər tərəfindən və sırf xanımlar üçün, xanımlara özəl olaraq Nadir Şah əsəri, Nərman Nərmanovun Nadir Şah əsəri və Sultan Məcid Qanzadənin Xorxor məzhəkəsi tamaşaya qoyulur. Nərman Nərmanovun da kimliyini bilirsiniz, Sultan Məcid Qanzadəni də bilirsiniz ki, sosialistlərdən idi və bunların əsərləri tamaşaya qoyulur. Bir də üstəlik Firidun bəy Köçərlinin ən çox, yəni siyasi cəhətdən deyil, sırf əsərlərinin bədii tərəfini ən çox tənqid elədiyi şəxslərdən biridir əslində Nərman Nərmanov. Və bu tamaşalardan eyni zamanda bu tamaşanı izləyən xanımlar öz aralarında iyanə toplayaraq 4485 manat para toplayıb seminariyanın ehtiyaclarını qarşılaması üçün Firidun bəy Köçərliyə təhvil verirlər və Köçərli də bunun üçün bir təşəkkür yazaraq Azərbaycan qəzetində bu xəbəri dərc edib. 11 apreldə, yəni eyni nömrədə Şirin xanım Qiyasbəyzadə orada olan xanımlardan, iştirak edən xanımlardan biri də eyni tədbirlə bağlı bir yazısı var və burada deyir ki, biz ümidvarıq ki, həmən Darülmüəllimində tərbiyə alan mütəllimlər, yəni şagirdlər Firidun bəyin tərbiyəsini tamamınca alsınlar və gələcəkdə Firidun bəy kimi millət haqqında, vətən haqqında çalışan kimsələrdən olsunlar. Azərbaycan qəzetində bir neçə xəbər var. Bunlar yenə Firidun bəy Köçərlinin öz imzası ilə çıxan xəbərlərdir və bunların demək olar ki, hamısı məktəbə alınan iyanələr qarşılığında edilən təşəkkürlərdir. Deyir ki, hökumətimiz məktəb üçün müəyyən məbləğ buraxmışdı, amma bu məbləğ tələbələrin yeməyinə, içməyinə, ev kirayəsinə, neftə və s. çatırdı, amma pal-paltar və ayaqqabı üçün pul verilməmişdi və biz belə bir şeydə tələb eləməmişdik dövlətə yük olmasın deyə. Halbuki deyir, Darülmüəlliminə daxil olan şagirdlərdən əksəri fəqir kəndçilərin uşaqları olduğu üçün əsla şagirdə oxşamırdılar. O qədər pal-paltarları pis vəziyyətdə idi ki, əsla şagirdə oxşamırdılar və onlar üçün iyanə toplanır, ucuz qiymətə formalar tikdirilir və deyir ki, hamısı bir libasa girib şagirdlərə bənzəyirlər. Sonra Firidun bəy, Firidun bəy 1920-ci ilin mayında həbs edəndə o yoxsul kəndçiləri istismar eləməkdə günahlandırmışdılar. Halbuki o yoxsul kəndçilərin uşaqlarını sadəcə təhsil vermirdi. Onları seminariyada yedirdirdilər, içirdirdilər, hətta paltarda verirdilər və yenə bir xəbər çıxacaq, indi vaxt olsa onu da qeyd edərik. Tətildə evlərinə göndərəndə yol pullarını da verirdi, pul da verib evlərinə göndərirdi. Amma sonrası məlum olduğu kimi. Bir izhari təşəkkür daha var seminariyaya. Məsələn, Qazax məhalından biri xanımı öldüyü üçün xanımının vəfatı münasibəti ilə onun ruhunu şad eləmək üçün seminariyaya, Qazax seminariyasına iyanə olaraq 2000 manat verir və başqa şəxslərin iyanələri burada və Firidun bəyin təşəkkürləri. Çox qısaca Firidun bəy Köçərlinin ictimai-siyasi fəaliyyəti necə əks olunub Azərbaycan qəzetində? Əslində, ictimai-siyasi fəaliyyəti deyəndə, siyasi fəaliyyət deyəndə nə nəzərdə tutulur? Bəli, Firidun bəy Köçərli Müsavatın Qazax şöbəsinin sədri idi. Amma Firidun bəy Köçərlinin Müsavat üzvü olması, Müsavatın Qazax şöbəsinin sədri olması, ümumiyyətlə müsavatçı olaraq ki, daha sonra günahlandırılmışdı müsavatçı olmaqda, müsavatçı olaraq fəaliyyəti nədən ibarətdir? Sadəcə, baxın, Məclis-i Məhbusanın açılışı münasibəti ilə Qazaxdan bir telegram çəkib, Məclis-i Məhbusanın açılışını, yəni parlamentin açılışını təbrik edən bir telegramı var. Bir dənə də yenə Bakının qurtuluşunun bir illiyində, 15 sentyabr 1918-də Bakı Daşnak və Bolşeviklər əlindən qurtarıldı, bilirsiniz. Bir illiyində Qazaxda bir tədbir keçirilib. Bununla bağlı qısa bir xəbəri var ki, Müsavatın Qazax şöbəsi təntənəli surətdə Məscid-i Camiyə yığılıb Bakının alınmasının bir sənəliyini böyük bayram edib, müharibədə vəfat edənlərin ruhuna Fatihə verdi. Yəni, müsavatçı olaraq Firidun bəy Köçərlinin fəaliyyəti ancaq bundan ibarətdir, siyasi fəaliyyəti. Daha sonra günahlandırılan, o siyasi fəaliyyət göstərməklə günahlandırılan şəxsin siyasi fəaliyyəti sadəcə bundan ibarətdir. Başqa nədən ibarətdir? Firidun bəy Köçərli Milli Şuranın üzvü idi. Məclis-i Məhbusan yaradılanda Məclis-i Məhbusanın tərkibi Milli Şura olduğu kimi daxil oldu Məclis-i Məhbusana. Bir də əlavə şəxslər seçdilər. Dolayısıyla Firidun bəy Köçərli eyni zamanda parlamentin üzvü oldu. Amma 2 aydan sonra parlamentdən belə bir xəbər. Seminariya müdürü Firidun bəy Köçərli və Ədliyyə Naziri Müavin Teymur bəy Makinski öz xidmətlərində baqi qalaraq məbusluqdan istefa verirlər. Yəni, adamın parlamentdəki fəaliyyəti sadəcə 2 aydan ibarət oldu. 2 ay sonra seminariyaya daha çox vaxt ayırmaq və bütün fəaliyyətini seminariyaya həsr eləmək üçün, yəni müəllimlik uğrunda o məbusluqdan, millət vəkilliyindən istefa verir. Yəni, siyasi fəaliyyətində bununla əslində başa çatdırmış olur. Yəni, biz burada başdan dediyimiz kimi və həbs olunanda da günahlandırıldığı kimi bir siyasi xadimdən və s. danışmırıq. Sadəcə bütün ömrünü maarifə həsr eləmiş böyük bir müəllimdən danışırıq. İctimai fəaliyyəti ilə bağlı çox qısa, əgər mənə ayrılan vaxtı çox aşıramsa, çox xahiş edirəm məni yəni çox uzatmayım. Bakıda hələ Türk Ruşən Əşrəf Ünaydın deyə bu məşhur Türk yazıçısıdır, jurnalistidir və eyni zamanda diplomatdır, Avropanın bir çox ölkələrində səfir olan. Bu şəxsin şərəfinə Bakıda bir ziyafət verilib və orada çıxış edən insanlar arasında biz Firidun bəy Köçərlinin adını görürük. Və bir də məsələn Süleyman bəy Əfəndizadənin vəfat xəbəri. Süleyman bəy Əfəndizadə Azərbaycan ordusunun generalı idi. Azərbaycan ordusuna böyük xidmətlər olan bayaq dediyimiz Şəmkir hadisələrində əsas rol oynayan, yəni o geri çəkilən Rus ordusunun silahlarının Azərbaycanda saxlanılmasını təmin edən şəxs idi. Bu adam Ağdamda xidmət əsnasında yoluxucu bir xəstəliyə, səpmə yatalağa tutulub vəfat edir, gənc yaşlı təəssüf ki, və bunun dəfn mərasimində Firidun bəy Köçərli çox təsirli bir nitqlə cəmaata xitab edir və əskərlərə xitab edir. Əgər istəyirsinizsə Süleyman bəyin ruhu sizdən şad olsun, onun əskərlikdə göstərdiyi mətanəti özünüzə örnək, sərməşq eləyin və qoymayın ki, düşmən vətənin müqəddəs torpağını tapdalasın. Başqa bir şey, yenə Qazaxın xeyriyyəçilərindən Mehdi Ağa Qiyasbəyzadənin vəfatında Firidun bəy Köçərlinin dəfnində çıxış eləməsi var. Yəni, eyni zamanda millətin xeyrinə, şərinə yarayan bir insandır və bir yerdən sonra 19-cu ilin axırlarına doğru Qazaxdan gələn xəbərlər təəssüf ki, daha çox qaçqın xəbərlərdir. Qərbi Azərbaycandan küllü miqdarda qaçqınlar gəlir Qazaxa və Firdun bəy köçərinin bu çox acınacaqlı vəziyyətdə olan Qərbi Azərbaycan qaçqınlarına köməyi ilə bağlı da xəbər yenə Azərbaycan qəzetində var. Bu xəbərdə Əli Səbri Qasımovun bu adam Naxçıvanın Azərbaycanın tərkibində qalması üçün fövqəladə xidmətlər olan bir şəxsdir Əli Səbri Qasımov. Onun imzası ilə Azərbaycan qəzetində bir yazı var. Və Firdun bəy Köçərlinin müəllimlik fəaliyyəti sadəcə bu seminariya ilə məhdudlaşmayıb. Qazaxda başqa müəllimlər kursunun 2 sinifli oğlanlar məktəbinin açılmasını oraları tez-tez gedirmiş və öz tövsiyələrini verirmiş və əlindən gəldiyi qədər kömək edirmiş. Başqa bir xəbərdə yenə Şuşada müəllimlər kursu, Firdun bəy Köçərli oranı da ziyarət edərək Şuşadakı müəllimlər kursuna da mümkün qədər kömək eləməyə çalışır. Və biz dedik ki, əslində bir böyük müəllimdən danışırıq və bunu Firdun bəy Köçərli ilə məhdudlaşdırmaq. Çünki Firdun bəy Köçərli, yəni o xüsusilə o dövrdə biz Azərbaycan qəzetində oxuyanda bunu görürük. Ümumiyyətlə o dövrün başqa mətbuatında qonşuların, həm ermənilərin, həm gürcülərin, həm Qafqazda yaşayan başqa xalqların uşaqlarının tərtəmiz giyinib, hər gün məktəbə gedib gəldiklərini, bunun müqabilində Azərbaycanlı balalarının səhərdən axşama kimi küçələrdə vaxt keçirdiklərini, tozun torpağın içərisində, bunu görən insanların bu mənzərəyə dözə bilməməsi və bunu aradan qaldırmaq üçün mübarizə aparmasından söhbət gedir. Biz Azərbaycan qəzetini bayaq da qeyd etdiyim kimi oxumağa davam edirik və növbəti nömrələrdə, bu günlərdə, dünənmi, əvvəlsi günmü 14-cü cild artıq oxucuların istifadəsinə verildi. Amma gələcək nömrələrindən birində, məsələn, Fərhad Ağazadənin çox maraqlı bir yazısı var, Əkinçi qəzeti ilə bağlı, Zərdabi ilə və Əkinçi qəzeti ilə bağlı. Zərdabi də bilirsiniz ki, əslində böyük bir müəllim idi və müəllimliyini tam olaraq özü istədiyi kimi yerinə yetirə bilmədiyi üçün Əkinçi qəzetini açmışdı. Əslində, öncəliklə o məktəbə şagird toplamaq istəyirdi. Daha sonra qəzet vasitəsilə bəlkə səsimi daha geniş bir auditoriyaya çatdıraram deyə Əkinçi qəzetini açmışdı. Amma Əkinçi qəzetini açanda təəssüf ki, Həsən bəy Zərdabi bir Azərbaycanlı mürəttib, yəni Azərbaycan dilində savadlı bir şəkildə o şriftləri yığacaq bir adam tapa bilmədiyi üçün Minasov familyalı bir erməni, bu erməni özü gəlib Zərdabini tapmışdı və öz xidmətini təklif eləmişdi mürəttib olaraq və Həsən bəy Zərdabi məcbur qalaraq o Minasovu mürəttib götürmüşdü. Qəzetin 1-ci nömrəsində 4 pullu elan var, yəni qəzetə bugünkü dillə desək reklam var. Onlardan 3-ünü ermənilər verib. Bu sadəcə Azərbaycanlıların 1-ci qəzeti deyil. Ümumiyyətlə Rusiya məkanında, Rusiya imperiyasında türklərin, bütün türk xalqlarının və bütün müsəlmanların 1-ci qəzetidir. Yəni türklər Rusiyada ilk qəzetlərini açırlar. Mürəttib erməni 4 elandan 3-ünü verən erməni və İlk nömrənin ən diqqət çəkən yazılarından birinin müəllifi də erməni. Və daha sonra nə oldu? Bu 2 ildən sonra birisi Əkinçi bağlanır. Bu mürəttib olaraq girən Minasov, erməni Minasov gedib qubernatora bu Əkinçi qəzetindəki yazıların altında əslində xalqı təhsilə və s. dəvət edən maarifin əhəmiyyətindən bəhs edən yazılar idi, amma bunların altında başqa mənalar olduğunu qubernatora güya izah edərək Əkinçinin bağlanmasının bir nömrəli səbəbi olur, təəssüf ki. Və artıq bir-iki cümlə ilə bitirmək istəyirəm, vaxtınızı çox almaq istəmirəm. Əlbəttə, Firdun bəy Köçərli müəllimliyin yanında həm yazıcı, həm tərcüməçi, həm tənqidçi idi. 130-dan artıq Azərbaycan şairi və yazıcısı haqqında yazmışdır. Bunların əsərlərini təhlil etmişdir və tənqid etmişdir yerinə görə. Mircəlal müəllimin Firdun bəylə bağlı gözəl bir cümləsi var. Deyir ki, bir institutun görə bilmədiyi işi Firdun bəy Köçərli tək başına görmüşdür. Burada sırf ədəbiyyatşünas olaraq fəaliyyətindən bəhs olunur. Yəni, bir institutun görə bilmədiyi 130 günkü yazıcı və şairi meydana çıxarmaq, onların həm tərcüməyi halını yazmaq, həm əsərlərini tənqid və təhlil eləmək əlbəttə ki, asan bir iş deyildi. Mən çox vaxtınızı uzatmaq istəmirəm, güman edirəm ki, kifayət qədər Firdun bəylə bağlı hər halda məlumat verə bildik. Bugün bu seminariyanın, yəni bu məktəbin təhsil ocağının bu şəkildə davam eləməsi ADA Universitetinin keçmişə vəfasıdır, vəfa borcunu ödəməsidir və o möhtəşəm fəaliyyətin davamıdır və bunu həyata keçirən ADA Universitetinə eyni zamanda Azərbaycan qəzeti ilə bağlı idi çıxışımızın əsas hissəsi də. Yəni, Azərbaycan qəzeti də bilirsiniz ki, ADA Universitetinin təşəbbüsü ilə və himayəsi ilə nəşr olunur. ADA Universitetinə, hörmətli Hafiz müəllimə və bütün ADA ailəsinə təşəkkürlərimlə sözlərimi bitirmək istəyirəm. Çox sağ olun, təşəkkür edirəm.
Azad müəllim, çox sağ olun. Hafiz müəllim də əgər icazə versə, biz ADA Universitetində bizim ədəbiyyat gecələri olur, literary conversation, ədəbiyyat söhbətləri. Biz bunların birini bir dəfə həsr eləyək, yenə də davam eləyək bu söhbəti, sizi də dəvət eləyək, tarix müəllimlərimizi də və buradakı vaxt bilirik ki, məhduddur. Məncə, söhbəti davam eləyə bilərik ADA Universitetində ya Qazaxda. Mən istəyərdim bizim ilk, deməli, həm bizim akademik işlər üzrə prorektor Elkin müəllim öz komandası ilə bizim ən ilin müəllimi mükafatı alan, deməli, müəllimləri dəvət eləyirik bura və onlarla bir yerdə bizim ilk deməli, panel söhbətimiz baş verəcək. Əgər İlkin müəllim də bir-iki söz demək istəyirsə, onda dərhal başlayaq.
And meaningful people around. Okay, I think you can hear me better now. So let me start by appreciating the wonderful diversity in this room today. So many faculty members, so many teachers, male and female, Azerbaijani and international, those who are at the beginning of their academic career, those who have many years of experience behind, easy graders, tough graders, so many people that are very unique and different in their teaching style, in their approach to teaching. But also there is one thing that unites all of you is a genuine passion for teaching and a deep commitment to student learning. We're also very humbled today to be in this very room, which is the bedrock of teaching profession in Azerbaijan. To borrow from Einstein, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, shaped by a generation of intellectuals, a generation of teachers that contributed to establishment of this nation. You know, this passion for teaching takes us in many directions, and we often hear feedback from our students, current and former. Sometimes this feedback takes us in unexpected ways. For example, one of my former students once said, "I really enjoyed your classes, you taught me a lot, and inspired by your course, I started investing in cryptocurrency and I lost all of my savings." So you never know where teaching will take us, how we affect, you know, student lives. So here I am today surrounded by Best Muallim award recipients of this year. There are many Best Muallims in this classroom, and many of you have received these awards in the past or will receive in the future, I'm sure, but just because of time limitation and space limitation, we have 5 wonderful individuals here representing different parts of our university who will reflect on their teaching journey, which is never perfect, you know. Nobody was born being able to teach. We learned along the way. We make mistakes. You know, my rule of thumb is it takes 3 semesters to understand how to teach a given course. You know, what is the optimal pace? What is the best assessment? What is the, you know, digestive capacity of students? And also, we are often trying to hit a moving target. You know, we have this in conversations with Anar Muallim, for example. He's often saying, when I complain and whine to him that, you know, I cannot deal with my kids, he is saying that, you know, they are learning in a much different way than we used to learn, right? So we cannot project our own learning experience on today's kids, you know, and this is important for us, not as parents, but also as teachers. So today we have different people, and I want to start with Vener Muallim, our first panelist. Vener Muallim is a long-standing faculty member in the School of Public and International Affairs. You know, students remember him for many great qualities, and there are many good things we can tell about him. But there is one thing that, you know, caught my attention, that when I talk to some alumni and they remember Vener Muallim, they often smile and they remember his sense of humor, and especially bonus questions on his exams, because they are always coming from a different universe. So Vener Muallim is very good at engaging students, at being humorous in an educational way, funny in class. So I want to start with this question. So what is the role of humor in teaching and learning, and how does it help you engage students and create an effective learning environment? Please.
Thank you, Madam. Is it on?
Yeah, can we hear Vener Muallim?
I have to
Yes.
shout. Okay, thank you, Kiman. I think one of the things we have to accept immediately when we talk about humor in education is that humor is universal. It's not necessarily peculiar to a specific field. But in our school, specifically at SPL level, in our programs, public administration programs, IR programs, I think at the same time, we have to admit one fact that our programs are boring. It's boring. I mean, it's not business administration where it's much more practical. It's not IT where you engage with specific projects and it makes you may relate with those projects. But in our programs, it's really boring to focus on the content. It's very difficult to focus on the content and the lectures that at times can be very difficult to understand or grasp, especially for the generation that is focusing on practical shortcut solutions. Their memory span is very short, and you have to catch them. Every 10 or 15 minutes, probably, you have to engage with a specific joke or maybe some past experience of yours so that they can relate. And one of the most important, probably, impacts of the humorous, maybe, approach is that first of all, by default, you awaken them. Because they sleep at times, they are engaged with their cell phones, computers, they talk maybe to each other at times, or they have concerns in minds that they can't forget during the classes. So you have to awake them every 10, 15 minutes. And the way I implement this tool is usually to focus on themselves, actually, on our human side, and focus on showing actually who we are. And I try to bring examples, funny examples from life, especially because I think they are at the age when they are forced, maybe it's the industry, it's the rules of the game today, that they have to pretend. We have those years, those ages are the ages when people pretend. They pretend to be somebody. They want to show. We basically wear masks at that age, and I usually use examples, or humorous examples, to take those masks off, and show actually who we are as humans. We actually all are same. I usually refer to our maybe even weaknesses more rather than strengths, and they like it. They like to, when you show actually them who we are as humans, how natural we are, and how actually simple we are, rather than complex and what we pretend to be, who we pretend to be. And this is, of course, something that works. I have implemented it for so many years already. They like when you show, and I think it's also part of the universal humorous aspects, humor, of universal humor, that people laugh when they see themselves in those jokes rather than examples of others. And apart from this, of course, humor allows people to establish trust. It allows really to establish trust, because they think jokes and humorous events usually happen at the family level, friendship level, and when you make a joke, they feel close. They think, okay, this is one of our friends. This person is close to us. We can actually have a joke with them, without, of course, breaking the walls of the respect, without breaking the walls of sincerity. I think that's what they see in the humor: closeness, trust, but also themselves. That's how I see humor in education.
Thank you very much, Madam. It's indeed very important to show our human side. It's not only an icebreaker, right?
Exactly.
But it also creates a very friendly and enabling teaching and learning environment. But I have also been thinking about this issue. It's also important to strike a delicate balance, because some people go to another extreme and they become friends. So we don't want to be too authoritative, but we don't want to be friends either. So some delicate balance, as elsewhere in life, is very important. By the way, SPIA topics are no longer boring, thanks to what's happening across the Atlantic and more recently in Davos. So its international relations are becoming hot again, I would say. Right? Okay, thank you very much, Vener Melim. Now I want to turn to Aysel Hanım Abbasova. Thanks for joining us today. So Aysel Hanım represents English for Academic and Professional Purposes program. When we talk to our students who go on and study their masters abroad at leading institutions around the world, they say that we don't experience culture shock. After ADA University, we have this seamless transition in terms of environment, in terms of atmosphere. But students who come to ADA University, they do experience the culture shock, and our wonderful teachers, faculty members in the English for Academic and Professional Purposes program are the gatekeepers to ADA values, to academic integrity, to different ways of learning, and they play a critical role in bridging this gap from high school or secondary education system to ADA University. So, Aysel Hanım, my question is, it would be very interesting to hear your insights from your teaching journey. So how do you see the role of values and academic culture in shaping students, especially at the very beginning of the university life?
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the floor as well. Actually, I will reflect not only my experience, but also the experience of the program. Yes, you're right that it's a kind of transition from school to university. And when they come, actually we have a group of diverse students. Some students, and some students are coming from the rural areas, some students are coming from average public schools, and some students coming from different countries. And some students come with a higher level English, some of them are beginners, no English level. So it's a big challenge for us. This is not the only challenge. The challenge is they are not familiar with academic concepts like integrity, plagiarism, group work, autonomous learning, and sometimes even they don't understand what is the problem with plagiarizing. And we have to explain it. Of course, it takes time. And some of them come with like no manners. That's a fact too. We have to teach them basic manners, even sometimes have to follow the rules of hygiene, even to that extent. Of course, we teach them, our main aim is to teach them English, but it's not the only aim. We just help them with values. Of course, we instill all these values, and we also change their mindset at some point to be open to different ideas, to be open to just to make mistakes. For instance, in my own teaching, at the beginning of the sessions, when I say, like in the classes, wow, what a wonderful mistake, they look at me like, is she crazy? Are you okay? And then, but with time, they learn to embrace mistakes. They understand that it's okay to fail, it's okay to make mistakes as long as you learn from them. Okay, and they are also learning to be open to feedback, to critical feedback, to peer feedback, not only to teachers. And it changes their mindset to learning process. And of course, again, we don't teach listening, we don't teach writing only. We also help them to learn time management, even a little bit of leadership, a little bit of communicating, not in terms of English only. For instance, I've been conducting Socratic seminars for years, and then these discussions, academic discussions, just transform their perspective to talking academically. So they understand the power of asking questions, the power of discussing things without debating, without proving someone right, and also reflecting, listening actively. So they learn some leadership. One of our instructors, Andrew Wall, started a mentoring project, a little project this semester, where he gave some responsibility to students with good level of English, and they coached students with lower English, like with having some issues. And the results were impressive. So it teaches them how to take responsibility, how to lead them, and then it also builds their confidence at the end of the year. Of course, it doesn't happen in a day or two. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of hard work, but it pays off because the students, at the end of the day, we see it, and they thrive, and they literally transform into students ready, fully ready, I would say, to university life, confident students. Yeah, that's it from my side. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes. Thank you very much, Aysel Hanım. Sometimes, we think that we should have made this year mandatory even for those who are good at English, because exactly of the skills, of the values that being instilled in a very nice, learning environment throughout this year. But, continuing your point about students coming from different backgrounds, I want to turn to our next speaker, Halil Muallim, who represents our foundation program, formerly known as General Education. They are also unique in the sense that they are addressing students from all schools, students from all majors, and ADA University is no longer a small place off the Shamil Azizbayev Street where we have only international affairs students, right? We have law students, we have IT computer science students, we have business students, we have international relations, public affairs students, we have agriculture and food students, we have design and architecture students. Everyone now has their own culture, subculture, expectations, right? And now you guys face all this diversity, and this is really challenging. Maybe the aim is not to bring them to common denominator, right? But you want to teach it in a way that is meaningful and that brings value. So in that sense, my question to you is, So how do you find, these pathways to the hearts and minds of students who start from very different points? So from your experience, how do you build connection, trust, and motivation in such a diverse classroom?
So thank you for the question. My starting point would be to acknowledge that diversity among the students is not a problem to be eliminated, rather than opportunity to have a control to manage. So instead of designing my course materials for the average student, I say that, wait a minute, why not to design the course material for the multiple average student from the side, from the business, let's say politics, agriculture. Then I have turned the course material to not to start from the same level, to allow to get multiple entry level. Let me explain what's the strategy. The first week, the topics are designed, and that will be boring for the half of group because they are already familiar. But what about the first half of group? They are not familiar. They just started. Second week, 2 more meetings. Now familiarity with the topic declined, let's say 10-15%. In our 5th week meeting, all group engage. And usually it's the side students that they join to, let's say, to our course. That's the main, multiple entry level. Allow students to get the topics, let's say, meeting by meeting. And the second strategy that I do follow is build a strategy for the contextualization. So designing the course material, let's say tasks, examples around they are familiar. It's related to their daily life. Instead of using this boring data set, why not to use let's say cinema, musics they are familiar, so the books that they are familiar, and that's more engaging. So the diversity, they don't start in the same level, but they end up in the same level. From the 0 to hero, that's the main, let's say, motivation that we have, and that's the challenge that we receive. But there's one thing that I want to mention. That's the output that we end up. So that strategy is the output. It's not the input. The input was trying to understand the student mindset. So once we changed from the general education to the foundation program, I have started to notice that some positive behavioral pattern among the students. So first of all, how they get ADA University, competition to get admission to ADA University is high. It doesn't matter, SAT, national exam. So from the school pathway, they do have the opportunity cost. What they gave up to get the ADA, and usually it's not the local university, it's a Western university. So student mindset, I gave up studying in a Western country in order to get the ADA. So that's the first year mindset. They are expecting more than we do understand. So that's the opportunity cost. So the opportunity cost going to link for what? Student expectation. That's the business 101, let's say, perspective that, okay, customer satisfaction equals perceived performance should be more than expectation, and what is their perceived performance that we promise them to deliver the same level of the topic that Western University does. So that's more challenging. Once I understand that mindset, that the students that are so hungry to the knowledge, I start to change all my course materials in a way that it will reach their expectations, so to get better customer satisfaction. That's the strategy that we have seen, and that's the strategy that I have followed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Khail Muallim, for sharing your experience. Now, next, I want to turn to Samir Muallim, our instructor from site. Samir Muallim is very unique because he carries a dual role. He is also an ADA graduate. He did his bachelor's at ADA University, then he did his master's elsewhere, and then our colleagues from site are very good at, recruiting people and committing our alumni to come back and contribute to the school, to the university. And Samir Muallim, Ismail Muallim, and others are good examples of this. So you have very unique perspective, Samir Muallim. Could you tell us how your student experience at ADA shaped your instructor experience as well, please?
Thank you, Erke Muallim. First of all, I have to say I feel very grateful, honored, and lucky to be at this unique place. at this unique moment with you, where ADA University is celebrating its 20th anniversary. I sadly missed the first 6 years. It's being my 14th year at ADA University. At this point, I can say perhaps that I've spent half of my life, given my age, at this place. I feel very lucky about that. And my journey started as a student who was doing his bachelor's, who had a chance to learn from outstanding educators who have set and have been setting higher and higher standards and bars in terms of rigor, integrity, teaching. And back when I was a student, it always felt like a second home. And now, from time to time, we make this half joke with colleagues that it's stopped being my second home and it's becoming my first home, given the proportion of life that I've been spending in this place. I think this experience, this chance to experience the classroom setting from both sides, as a student, as a instructor, has shaped me in a very unique, deep way. I used to learn from great educators, and I now have the same privilege and responsibility to carry those values and standards with me, instill them in students. This has been a huge, great experience. I understand, it's helped me understand and empathize with students, because once I was facing the same challenges, the same issues, problems. Might be a sad or biased preoccupation that I have in my mind, but I do believe that life is not very easy on youth nowadays, especially with everything that's happening around the world. So given the age gap between me and with all the wonderful souls that I get to meet on a daily basis, the challenges that they face, the issues they have, it doesn't take a lot of effort for me to feel the same. A lot of those things hit home, hit close. So from many simple things, being exposed to cultures and subcultures on the internet, given the different language, evolving language that they speak, sometimes called Gen Z speak and all that. These might sound like simple things, but I do believe they help a lot to connect with students, to help them grow as a strong, resilient people and citizens of the country, of the world. I think these things have had huge help and impact on me, on my teaching. I'm still in the process of growing, learning with the same exceptional people, community of exceptional colleagues, and I think any recognition, including this, that I feel honored to receive today, feels less like an individual achievement, but more like a part of recognition of a shared, ongoing journey. I think that would be my...
Thank you, Samir Madam. Indeed, when we say teaching, we always say learning, because we are in a continuous, learning process. Yesterday on the train, we were traveling with Jamalettin Malim, and when he heard that he's going to stay at student housing, he immediately got excited. So this is part of a good teacher. We're also students, right? And we really appreciate being students and keeping learning, not only our profession, but also learning how to teach, And speaking of that, we have beautiful Ceyran Hanım from our School of Education, who is not only teaching, but is also teaching how to teach and also researching, how to teach. So her insights, her reflections are also unique in this regard. So please, Ceyran Hanım.
As many of you may know, I work in the School of Education, and my main focus is on studying issues related to higher education. And as a part of my PhD dissertation, I actually studied faculty who engage in innovative teaching methods on a regular basis. So I was interested in understanding what motivates faculty who work under the same institutional, cultural, economic, and political environments to behave differently, to embrace innovative teaching strategies. And the biggest themes that emerged from the data that I want to share, because they are also mirroring my own experience as a faculty member who teaches, are related to teaching beliefs, skills, and knowledge, and faculty well-being. And but what actually shapes these factors? So how can we know more about innovative teaching? Of course, that is also through engaging in professional development. That's what my participants shared with me. And I feel having a background in teaching is helpful in that sense, but also even faculty who came from different disciplines shared that when institutions provided them with teaching-related professional development opportunities, not just content-related, not related to their field only, they felt more motivated and more confident in engaging in these methods. They were more accepting of these strategies. And another factor, again, related to shaping both faculty well-being and faculty teaching skills, beliefs, and knowledge is generally, it's not one factor that I want to mention, it's a group of factors that are embedded in institutional environments. So, for instance, having the right policies that shows the faculty that the institution trusts them, their expertise, their generally their commitment to student growth. So having the faculty autonomy, and in our case, I'm one of the lucky people in Azerbaijan, I think, who works in an environment where we do have this faculty autonomy and we can make those course-related decisions and participate generally in institutional decision-making process. In addition to that, I think, and it's also again reflected in the data, that having the policies, for instance, rewards and promotion policies that specifically target teaching quality helps a lot. So having this award, for instance, is a recognition of commitment to quality teaching, and I'm truly honored to be one of the recipients of this reward. Actually, it's the second time I want to mention in the last 5 years I have received this award, which is why it's very meaningful to me. And continuous institutional support to faculty is also very important. And finally, the most important factor that my participants shared, and I also believe in, is learning from students. So I see some of my former students here. Well, how I do that, for instance, here. Student feedback is very important. So, for instance, at the beginning of the semester, I share my own expectations. We all do, I believe. What it is that you need to do to successfully pass the course. But at the same time, in the very first class session, I ask them to answer 2 questions. What is it that you expect to learn in this course? And how do you expect to learn in this course? And that has helped me a lot because they answer in a written form, and I analyze their answers, and I try to my best ability to accommodate those expectations, to meet those expectations. And finally, at the end of the semester, in addition to these formal evaluations that we have, I also have informal course evaluations. That helps me a lot. So I have a number of open-ended questions that ask students to provide some feedback to the course. And I can share some questions. For instance, I'm asking them to tell me what is it that helped them learn in this course. What was the least helpful aspect of this course? For instance, assignments, in day-to-day class activities, or what kind of feedback would you like to receive? What would you add to the course? What would you remove to the course? And students are really open in this case because it's also anonymous, and they share a lot, and I'm learning from them. And this has been very helpful in improving the course design, shaping my teaching beliefs. Generally, I think, and again, this is something shared not only by me, but also, I believe, by many faculty members. So yes, overall, these three factors, I would say, helps a lot, but also learning about teaching and learning in general. And right now, I want to mention the role of AI. Vafa Hanum mentioned that before, but this is something we cannot escape today, because it is, we have to also learn how to work with it. And we need to do research. As a researcher, I believe in evidence-based decision-making, and I think learning as a faculty member and learning as students, learning together with students and from students is helpful and is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ceyran Hanım, for sharing findings from your research and also your personal experience and how you evolved, as a teacher. So first, I would like to follow up with fellow panelists if there is anything they want to add on how they evolved as teachers, how they found ways to improve their teaching, and then I will open it to the audience because we have so many great teachers here, and maybe they will share their feedback as well. So anything?
I want to reflect on
yes, please.
Ceyran Hanım's evaluation. I also conducted, but I conducted 2 times. One in the middle, and then I report about the results, and sometimes I even tell them just because I found it reasonable, whatever comment they gave, and I made some adjustments because I do, your voice matters. And I tell them because I want them that it really works. It's not just blah, blah, blah. It's not for the sake of conducting story, but I hear you, and I am always open to your feedback. So I think it changes also their perspective, and they trust me more. Yeah, it's a good collaboration. I always say that we collaborate. I'm not only a teacher, we collaborate, we work together. At the end, this is our result. Not only yours, not only mine, it's a group, it's a collaborative work, yeah.
I would like to also reflect on that question. So I think one of the best decisions that I have made in my career was joining ADA, and I'm being sincere when I say that, in 2013, because it opened doors to many, many valuable professional growth opportunities, development opportunities. And one of them was being a part of this project between ADA University and MSU on MIM curriculum development, after which I continued my journey. And it was a very transformative experience for me. Taking a step back from being a faculty member and becoming a student again reminds you of the difficulties that students face, but also it helps you learn new ways of learning. So I think engagement in continuous improvement is important in this case, and I appreciate ADA University's support in this case because I received huge support from ADA University, from ADA Foundation, and Vafa Hanım personally, because she was my contact person throughout my PhD journey. And anytime I felt that I had some concerns, I needed some support, ADA University and everyone that I knew was very supportive. So yes, I think in this case, having that support and knowing that you can further engage in learning is important. Thank you.
Yeah, please, Madam.
I think if I have this opportunity, I have to use it. I have a couple of other takeaways, from the last 12 years at ADA University I wanted to mention. And I have 3 points that I really want to highlight. One thing is that it's important to understand as professors that we also have been students at some long past, maybe as high school students, university students. And this is what what students always tell us. You have also been a student, Professor, come on. So I say, okay, I take this, but I do it myself somewhere beyond their knowledge, what I do. So I try to understand it, but don't let them know that I understand it. And this is very important because connection actually is established there. We have been a student too, and we have to see everything from their perspective in the first place. Second is what I also use in practice is that I don't want and I don't follow a punitive approach. It's probably a systematic issue as well. I mean, it's a systemic issue. Maybe it's kind of a universal issue that we, in administration, in the whole world, maybe in all possible other domains and venues, we are always told not to do something. Don't do this, don't break this rule, don't breach that, you will be punished, this many points will be broken, and so on and so on. So I don't necessarily follow punitive approach, I always focus on the rewarding approach. And a very peculiar example to that will be attendance policy that I follow. So professors do take attendance throughout the semester, and I do that as well. But I tell students that if any person attends all the classes without missing any single class, that person will get extra bonus point. So just getting 10 out of 10 doesn't motivate them. I mean, doing what you were supposed to do doesn't motivate them. I think, and I have seen the benefits of this. The attendance increases, participation increases, and they like when you are getting something extra just for doing something right. And I think the bonuses that all professors get in this year is just one of reflection of that, where you get extra something for doing your job right, in the right way. I also want to thank, on behalf of all of the professors, for whatever has been done by the administration in this regard. And the third point I want to mention is that, and that item is also in my syllabus, I put it always in my syllabus. I tell students that fairness comes before mercy for me. So if you cry, we can cry together at the end of semester, I can give you chocolate, we can drink tea together, but nothing will change because any extra 1 point, any extra assignment that you ask from me is unfair to others who also need it. So when I act, and by the way, if I add any 1 extra point to you just for nothing, I will not be able to sleep right at night. I can't sleep at night. So for me, fairness is more important than mercy, I tell them, and they respect this principle. They respect it when you do it either to everyone or nobody. They get it as the most probably right way. Because if you add any extra point to somebody, people talk. They don't stop, okay? They promise, I will not tell anybody, it doesn't work. People don't keep secrets, and it doesn't work. I mean, I haven't heard anybody who has been successful in this, keeping the secrets. So I never do this. I just say fairness is more important than mercy. That's a higher value for me than being merciful towards one student and then have sleepless nights. So those are the 3 points I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Vener Malim. Are there any additions from the panel? So, if no, I want to turn to the audience. Maybe we have some 5 minutes before the break. If there is a colleague who wants to share on their successes or failures that have equally shaped their teaching. Yeah, everybody expects Araz Malim to say something, but no.
I mean, I didn't ask for it, but then as Vener Malim said, since I have got this chance, so I should say a few things.
Sure.
The only thing I can say, I want to first just congratulate the colleagues, thank all the organizers, including many volunteers. Gözalova is here, one of our graduates here. So thank you for this wonderful day. Hafiz Ma'am, thank you. Galip Bey, thank you, and all the team who made this possible. Not only this event, but renovation, revival of this place. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Araz Malim. Anybody else? Yes, Professor Fabio from Politecnico di Torino, our partner institution.
Thank you. I actually have a question, but before I would like to thank all the speakers for having provided their insight and helpful suggestion about teaching and learning. My question is for the first presenter, Vener. And the question is about the role of humor in an international class. I mean, humor is quite powerful, and I agree with you. This is something that I try to do with my Italian students, but when I have the international class, I have some doubts about the use of humor, because something that can be perceived as funny from someone, from in another culture can be perceived as rude, for example. So, how do you think we can deal with this problem?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. Well, I think, yeah, it's a good question. And at the end of each semester, I always ask, do we have international students in class? Because any joke that I will make may be local or misunderstandable. And sometimes I even have to translate the joke from Azerbaijani to English, because first I really want the local students understand what I'm telling and then translate it to English. There was a joke, actually, I don't want to mention that joke, but it was a very local one. It was a very local one, and I translated them, took time to translate that, because the joke was relevant to a concept in organizational behavior. And I first had to give an example that translated then into English, and actually asked that question as a bonus in the end, at the end of the exam. So international students got it right, okay, in the exam, because he carefully listened, and he got it. But that is, of course, a local joke. As you say, there is probably some level you have to go upper, where it's a universal, something universal, and applies to everyone. I don't know what kind, probably it's something related to all humans, anything fundamental things that happen to all. It might be family related, it might be friendship related, it might be society related, but I'm sure there are some universal things happening. And personally, I got this practice lately. If I want to see how other cultures relate to specific things, I go and read the international posts, the feedbacks, commentaries to international posts on Facebook, Twitter, and I see too many things over there that, wow, this is exactly the same what is in an Azerbaijani context. So I try to get this perception of what other people are laughing at, what other people are really considered important or sane. So I think it's it's part of our also job to be kind of immersed into this international context through social media, and social media helps a lot. For example, I was considering that Azerbaijani humor is a bit very weak, for example, compared to some other cultures. And lately, I have noticed that it has improved, because people have spent too much time on social media. They replicate these things from other cultures, from Turkish culture, let's say Russian culture, and so on. So social media helps me much to understand what other people laugh at, what they consider as humorous, or it's something universal that we also laugh. That's probably one thing I can consider as a maybe, intermediate solution. But anything fundamental that relates to humans, that everyday life, probably will be. So if you detach yourself from localization, local points, and focus on international and fundamental issues, I think it will work.
And I would also add a small point that when you are long enough in this teaching profession, you tend to cheat a little bit. You recycle your jokes since students are new, and that gives you, a test of time. What jokes work, what jokes don't work. So those who pass that test can be safely, recycled in all kinds of settings. Yeah.
Actually, I hesitated to ask this question, but I'm going to ask. So you seem to have done some research to make this integration of humor into your classes more effective, right? So the question is, are there any techniques that other teachers can do it, or does it require a strong sense of humor inbuilt? So can we develop it as teachers?
Now, I have to mention that by nature and character, I'm an introvert person. I have never been an extrovert. I hate society.
I hate people.
Now, this is a joke again, but I am an introvert person. I have never imagined to be in front of audience teaching students some concepts, theoretical concepts, political administrative concepts. That's one thing. So, and I have never been a person who engaged too much himself in the humorous things. But I think it's something I established on the go. And also the test of time, that you see something works, something doesn't work. But yeah, I focus too much especially on the social media, because today's culture, and especially the youth culture, expresses themselves very clearly on social media. You watch people who are older, you watch their comments who are older, the younger generations, and it really helps. So social media is probably one of the things that you really have to study. Not probably should study, but have to study, especially if you want to understand today's generation. And how did I build this? I don't know. I think it's just being, students like simple, sincere, to the point, and close. If you, not you, of course. If we build a very serious person out of ourselves and show the only seriousness, they don't like it. It just backfires. So being simple and always relate to real life examples, who we are and who we are not, really works. But again, studying social media is a very strong point. I really, you don't like it? Okay.
May I add some points?
Yes.
As a person who was voted as one of the 3 most humorous professors on campus, if you remember, the other one of them was Server, another is here, one of the colleagues here. So maybe for Fabio, one thing I do is try to use the folklore of your field. Because anybody from any kind of country or any culture, they should have your field and they're interested in the field. For example, one thing like imagine you start as computer science and then there's a famous job, computer science is not really a science and not very much connected to computers. And then you basically explain why is that. I wouldn't agree with Valerman that Azerbaijanis are not always joking. Molla Nasreddin, there is a joke about everything. Believe me, my childhood, I grew up with a book which was called 23 Nasreddins. There was a researcher during the Soviet times. She actually researched 23 cultures which have Molla Nasreddin in their folklore, starting from Greece, Anastratin, ending with Uyghurs in China. So, and then she categorized everything. Probably I know, that's why I know all the situations, they have this Molla Nasreddin joke. Believe me, if you research it, you will find it. But I agree with Vaner Malim that social media is great. The first class, we had very strange week, by the way, in the middle. We started in the middle. We lost one class. I lost kind of this section. But anyway, who cares? We started, there was a slide, and I put it there saying, the failure ain't the opposite of success. It's part of the syllabus. And I asked, who said that? Okay, Araz ma'am, did you say it, etc. Any guesses who said that? Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg said it, and he shared it. It was basically his Facebook post, 18th of January. So international jokes, that it's great. Yeah, they all know who Snoop Dogg is. Yeah, and us, we may not know from Yeni Asamal, but the many younger generation, they all know Snoop. And then one of the students, or 2 of them, in every section, at this one said, Arazmam, can I take the picture of the slide? I said, yes, of course, together with me. Anyway, so you can do it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Araz Malim. On this positive note, please, there is one last question. Yes, we got Malim. One last question from you, please. Let's wait for the microphone, please. Yeah, it's coming.
Thank you. I have a question to our champions, and I want to ask that since we know that the creativity is the highest skill we expect and want to teach our students, how do you guide your students from remembering something to creating something? Maybe you can share best practices. If it is a long story, maybe we can discuss it later, maybe.
So how do you guide your students from remembering, pure memorization probably, to creativity, right? Yes. Anybody?
I think that's a little bit difficult question to answer right now, but I will do my best. So I usually I start with the course design, designing assessments, designing so that they require creativity, creative thinking. So for instance, instead of having, which you can definitely do in some cases, having multiple choice questions, asking them to analyze, maybe collect data, analyze the data, come up with solutions that are addressing the problem that they have identified. But on a daily basis, I think, first of all, many students who come to our classes are not very familiar with the concept of reflection. So having them engage in reflection, whether it's their own learning, whether it's something that they are even studying. Sometimes I even have these quiet sessions, and I dim the lights a little bit, and I have music, classic music in class, and I invite them to think about the question that I'm asking and write down the ideas that they have without looking at anything, without using gadgets or any internet. And I don't know, I cannot really say whether that helps or not, but from my side, I hope that it does.
Yes, Ayselhan. Thank you, Ceyran.
Very quickly, I make sure that in my sessions, there are many aha moments. Because when there are these aha moments, they remember things better. When they come to that by themselves, when I get them to think and analyze and find the answer first, before me telling them the answer, this is, I think, the most effective way, when they come to that by themselves and they feel more confident. And then there is a lot of scaffolding process when they build step by step. So kind of reflecting, as Ceyran Hanım mentioned, reflecting, building something, adding something extra, applying it, and then again another aha moment, coming to that, and again building, scaffolding at the end. There is a time when they have multiple reflections and then they create. So that's how I achieve it.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Please join me in saying thank you to fellow panelists. And now we have a 10-minute tea and coffee break before the next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can start the second sessions and second panel. Thank you very much for staying with us. And we are just moving toward our second panel that is entitled Advancing Toward a Research University. Well, as you know, that there's two main concepts of other universities, alim and malim. So we discussed what it means to be a good malim. So now we are just moving forward to understand what it means to be a good alim. So what I can say about this introductory speech of the discussions about what it means to become a research university, the fact that in the last 20 years, ever since we established other university, there was tons of debates. What is research? Even today, if we can ask each person sitting over here, what is research for you, you will come up with maybe different definitions, different approaches, and different indicators what is good research and what is not a good research. So today's event and today's panel, we're going to discuss what it means to be a research, what it means to be a good researcher, and what can we do to advance our research capacity of our university, especially in such a kind of competitive world where all universities competing with each other specifically about research output. So research from this perspective is one of the, again, I would say that mystical and mysterious kind of the concept when everybody talks about that, but not many people understand what it is. So in order to just to go ahead and start a kind of the discussions, and I would really appreciate if we have a kind of interactive discussion, so let's not make it formal. So I invite all the panel members to not interrupt, but just to jump in and discuss some specific topics to make it more interactive, because it's very useful for our university. And starting from the first question, I mean, kind of maybe it could be simplistic, but maybe it could be different. We can ask the questions, what is research for you? And how do you measure research? So again, we have people from the different schools, from different specialties, from the different approaches. So that will be really great to see the comparison. What do you consider yourself as a research, and how do you measure the good research? Starting with the only female in our panel.
I think it's unfair.
Why?
I was not initiating this discussion.
Okay, it's okay.
Better to start with
Yes,
Salman.
okay. Let's Jamal. Okay, let's start with Azarman.
Azarman.
Thank you, Anar Malem, for this simple yet wonderful question, what's research, how we can measure it. First coming to mind means this context, okay, research is about, of course, science. It is about knowledge. And that's also, of course, relating to this to universities. Yeah, we already talked in the first panel about teaching. Of course, teaching is important. But I would say research is more important. To be, again, that's very important. I have to be careful to be a good university. Okay, quality of teaching very important because I mentioned already the term knowledge. About knowledge, we can tell two stories. Knowledge, very important. First things first. First, it needs to be created, generated. And that's research. Second, of course, you are not, that's very important also about science. Science is, make no mistake, it should be public knowledge. Accessible, available to every member of society, right? That's indeed very, very important, and that's main function of universities to transmit scientific knowledge to the public. That's very important. And again, this is two pillars, teaching and research, of course. That's our understanding of a good university. But again, make no mistake, main pillar is here research. And that should be also strategic goal at ADA University, of course. One thing also very important, I am a firm believer in gradual progress. Good things do not happen overnight. The same also true for research. To be a research university, we need a gradual development, and more importantly, yeah, we talked a lot with Wafa Khanam, this strategy thing. Yeah, we need first to have a strategy. Pace, speed, not important here. More important is the direction. That with a strategy that we want to be a research university. That's, for me, most important in this context. Yeah, just,
Thank you. But do you consider other university research university?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I need to somehow refrain from the question. So I would focus on why question of the research. Azarman nicely answered what is a research and talked about science. Why are we doing research? So university without a research, to me, is not different from a vocational institution, vocational school. Peşa mektebi. Okay, it's very important. If we don't do research, then it's just another
college.
College, yes, exact definition. So that's kind of an obligation. If we call ourselves professors, not teachers, I mean, there is nothing bad with being a teacher, but for the university, there's an obligation that you are delivering those students, those young people from this stage to somewhere else. And where is this somewhere and how? So to me, to do this, professors, one hand should be in the education, and another hand should hold the industry. Okay, so to me, having this triangle is important to sustain this, the plan of having a research. So how to do this? So coming to your question, so is ADA a research institution or not? So to fulfill this, we need to have a triangle of professors, industry, and then the entity that is connecting them. In our case, we have industry that works with us, with memorandums and so on. We have ADA Foundation that is getting at least tries to get grants for science and so on. And then professors who are working with these two. So considering this, we can say that yes, we have a research culture and we are trying to do research.
Matteo, I will just turn toward you, and what would you say? What would you consider good research, and what is research in the School of Agriculture, for example?
Okay. Good morning to everybody. So I will start from what is not research.
What is not research, okay.
Papers are not research. Papers are a final output of a research process. There is a bit of confusion, even led by measurement, about the fact that we need to publish, but publishing is a technical capacity of applying a methodology towards an object, which is part of a research process. A research is about a cultural ambition that we want to achieve. It is about creativity that we are using in order to respond to needs of society, company. And so the beginning of the research is to have a good understanding of what society needs, what company needs. So that is a very important starting point. There is often a confusion, for instance, at the PhD level, where we are pushing all the PhD candidates to start publishing immediately papers. We need to understand what research is before. And then also how to measure research is important. It cannot be based only on papers, but it is a set of competencies, of cultural skills that allow a researcher to work in a certain environment. Even the language that we are using that is sometimes different with companies, with public institutions, with our students. So talking different languages is part of the research culture I need to develop. Then there are networks with other schools, other universities that are very important, because networks can expose me to other way of thinking, other methodologies, our research cultures. Then we have many different schools at ADA. Interdisciplinarity is also an important feature. We need to talk different languages, and we need to be ready to break boundaries, break silos among different disciplinary fields. I'm an economist. I'm often working with psychologists. One of the last Nobel Prize in economics is a psychologist. And as an economist, I'm also offering services to other fields, to agronomists, in order to measure the feasibility or the sustainability of a certain crop or a certain situation. It is about transdisciplinarity, so communicating with companies, with different institutions, with public authorities. So it is many different things that should be declined in different sectors, in different disciplines, but it is important to understand the complexity. I do agree that it is not happening overnight, let's say, to build a research culture. The potential mistake or the pitfall is just to connect too much research to papers only. And to close, an additional important point also considering this morning, teaching and research are going together. So if we do good research, we can do good teaching. At a certain point, if we don't do good research, it will be difficult to do up-to-date teaching. So we need to do research also to transfer knowledge also to our students. So they need to go together, which is not always happening also in the design of the programs, for instance, but also in the way we are teaching to students.
Thank you very much, Matteo. So, I mean, kind of summarizing what the previously people said. So in order to be a good research university, we should have, as you mentioned, triangle. It's kind of the industry, it's university, and some kind of institutions that bring together. But I want to ask Hüseyin about one of the maybe missing links, students. Do we need to consider students as a part of the research culture in Azerbaijan, in our university? Are they integral part of making our university research university, or it's not, or it's just something kind of that we don't need to consider ourselves?
Thank you, Anar Malim. First, maybe I comment briefly on what research is, the way I understand it, and I think maybe Kerim Malim will confirm most economists think about it. Research is, like fundamental research is the creation of new knowledge. Yes, so in your field, let's say I work in international economics, there's the frontier of the knowledge, what international economists know, and then research, doing research, good high quality research is about extending that frontier. Yes, you are creating new knowledge. Yes, so that's how I understand it. There's of course, applied research, which can be argued whether it's also creating new knowledge or not. But briefly, that's how I will define it. So it's basically the creation of new knowledge. Now, the next question was
whether the students.
No, I think that should come naturally. Like if your faculty doesn't have, let's say, good conditions to be productive, do high quality research, then thinking that, involving students will solve this issue, I don't think that's the solution. It should, I think, come naturally. First, faculty members should be active in research, do high quality research, if we want it, of course, if that's the, that's our goal. And then student thing will come naturally, because once you have this good research productivity, high quality journals, then naturally you will think about establishing a PhD program or a graduate master's program, and naturally, those students, will be involved in research. So it should be a natural thing, but it's not a way, in my opinion, to, it's not the correct way, I think, to think that, we will bring students, ask them to do research, and somehow magically they will start to do research, because students need guidance. For example, from my PhD studies, and I think most faculty members will agree who did PhDs at research universities, the thing with research is that even if you are a genius person, if you are in the wrong place, you will never be a good researcher, because doing a good research is about training. Yes, you get proper training, and even then, it takes years. It takes 5-6 years, let's say, to do a PhD, to get proper training. And even then, most people at the end of those 5-6 years don't have any papers. They have some work in the pipeline, and they usually publish it after further 2-3 more years. So it's a very long process. You need to have people who will guide you, mentors, and so I think if you ask me, what's the direction we should take, if we want to be to enhance research, then the first thing I think should be to fix the issue, to help faculty, yes, and then student part will come natural as a natural result of that. Yeah.
What I meant this bringing the students into the formula of the research is that there's a really famous statement by one of the Nobel Prize winners. He said that 90% of the ideas for my research I'm getting from my students. So whenever I'm teaching, I'm just getting ideas. So today we cannot simply say, I'm a researcher, I'm doing only research, and that's it. Research and teaching, as rightly Matteo mentioned, just go hand in hand. Yes, okay, Olivia Khanna. Just, but beyond, but can I go a little bit more?
You want to add something?
I want a more shulughluk.
You want to
I
challenge
want to just add additional thing. If you are charged with a strategy of ADA on research, and we have so many young assistant professors, instructors who wants to make a research, but they don't know where to stand, where to start, and what to do. What is the 1, 2, or 3 things you would start making in order to make ADA full-fledged research university? Just the 3 things.
I would start with some international research project.
Okay.
Azerbaijan is interesting, at least in the field of education. Azerbaijan interesting for other researchers in the comparative perspective.
What projects, you mean grants, right?
Grant and project, and we can be part of this funding authority.
Okay.
And then, because research is the only way to make Azerbaijani education a subject of interest in the international and comparative perspective. That's why we need this international project. I think we should start with this. And if we have this big project, which is built also on our vision as well, because there are some issues in our fields we want to study, and we want to study comparatively, I think then we can involve our faculty, we can involve our students, and we can make Azerbaijan as a case for the international research.
Anything else you think to make research university beyond of the international projects?
I will tell something not popular.
It's okay, go ahead.
Really? Decrease teaching load.
Decreasing teaching load. By the way, that's really
and
nice.
Public service.
Okay, decreasing teaching load. I mean,
and public service as well.
Public service.
No, you know why? And also some guidance. I think we have to build capacity. Of course, we all are researchers. But for instance, recently we had a faculty council, and our faculty, they raised the issue that would be possible to have some seminar, workshop, to guide us where to go, how to go. Really, it's needed.
Especially younger faculty members who just
faculty all are young.
Yeah,
so I think it will be also to create this culture. We have to cultivate it. Do we cultivate it? I don't think so.
Okay, good question. Good, thank you.
I'm always critical.
No, it's all fine. It's absolutely. We have academic freedom, right?
I did not answer your previous question. Can I answer?
Sure.
Yes, because I'm full of ideas. So, research for me, it is the way of knowing. I know education from research. Also for me, research, it is a very good teaching resource. Because I'm full of these funny stories about my research, and I use them as case studies in my teaching, because students should know this. Also, research for me, as I told, it is the way how to navigate and how to locate Azerbaijan in this international map of research. And also for me, it is a way to keep myself knowledgeable about education. When I go to classrooms, when I meet with teachers, school principals, the senior officials, then I feel that I'm in the field.
Thank you, Via. Kerim Bey, just turning to you, you as a kind of one of the most productive kind of the faculty members with articles and everything, I just want to ask you more about publication procedures and as a part of the research. In recent years, many universities in Azerbaijan got into some kind of the not very honest practice of increasing the publications in the various predatory journals. There's so many predatory journals across the globe and everything, and many universities just simply putting the names of these scholars at some journal or at some kind of product and so on, and that's how they increase the indicator in the ranking of the various kind of the agencies. And that brings this certainly the issue of the honesty, transparency, accountability in the research. And we can see that, I mean, recently there's really interesting case that top 10 universities in the world by research was Chinese universities. In fact, most of the Chinese universities publishing is a kind of publishing mills. They publish research based on the simply for the sake of the publishing, not impact. So in your understanding, how should we as a research in university to ensure honesty, accountability, and proper approach to the, I would just say, honesty in the research, to not turn into the paper-producing machine?
Okay, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. Well, to come to your question, I think it mostly comes to us because I guess as professors, as researchers who are trained in some, I don't know, universities with some good research culture, we should be aware of what constitutes a good research, what constitutes a quality journal in our respective fields. Yes, maybe I know it for my field and not some other fields, but everyone knows their fields, and in their fields, which journals should be considered respectable and which journals are somewhat predatory.
So who is deciding on that?
Well, us, again, I would say. Yes, there is the scientific community, and then, I mean, as ADA University, maybe as all universities in Azerbaijan, even in the region, including Turkey, we can be considered kind of young universities in the research community. Yes, in Europe, in the US, to be honest, there are many universities who have been doing this job very well for long years. So maybe we should follow their steps in a sense. Yes, maybe we should learn from them. Yes, as you said, some researchers in some countries, in some universities, tend to go to those predatory journals just to increase their publications. And simply because of that, we have these metrics, yes, such as impact factor, and just because more people are publishing in those journals end up with higher impact factors, and this doesn't mean that their quality is increasing. So we are aware of this. Everyone is aware of this, I believe. Even those who are publishing in those predatory journals are aware of this. So, but despite that fact, those universities, I mean, if we start naming those universities, I believe the names would coincide 80%, 90% of the time. We would be naming the same universities. I'm sure that their professors do not publish in those journals because they are aware of this fact. So yeah, maybe we should follow their steps and, I don't know, determine what is not so good, and we should go for those, I don't know, more respectable journals.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just turn back to Azar Malim and Jamaluddin Malim, asking from different perspective from the research university. So if we are thinking about building research strategy at our university, who should decide on the research priorities at our university? Is it administrative side? So we should just give our faculty a roadmap simply saying, okay, we are kind of interested in research about Karabakh, we're interested in research about green economy, and so on and so forth. Or it should be bottom-up, our faculty themselves should say, okay, this is the directions where we'll go. So which way to go? I mean, it's nothing to do with academic freedom, it's just simply, should we just give the map to the researchers, what we're looking for? Or we should just give the bottom-up, so okay, do whatever you want, and spread out from that, from Peru to Australia. Or should we just prioritize about Azerbaijan? Yeah.
You're asking about agency
and structure.
And regarding research, my answer very simple. Everybody should be agent in this process.
So it's free, whatever they want.
Faculty, university administration, and generally, again, for us, I think the most important question to think about how we can make ADA University a truly research university. First truth is, it is not an easy task. It's a complex question. It takes not years, but decades. And here, also kind of my hope, one day ADA University will be a research university, but bad news is most of us won't see it. Because it is, again, a long-term development, long-term process. But I already said directions were very important. And here, decision-making, especially at the leadership level, very important, where we setting it as a strategic goal that we want to be a research university. Okay, that's now coming to the specifics of your questions. Yeah, that's a complex matter. We all, I hope, agree on this. And 2A's, I think, is very important. It's a very fundamental level. 1A is individuals, faculty members. And it is first and foremost about hiring process. Again, we shouldn't hire faculty members for current needs only. Yeah? Reality is we are in faculty shortage, especially in terms of teaching. We rather should hire for trajectory.
For future.
Exactly. For future, we should hire research-minded faculty member. Yeah, it is, of course, not an easy task, but strategically, indeed, it's very, very important. Yeah? We not only hire good teachers, but also good researchers. Because our assumption is, key assumption, research comes first. Without being a good researcher, you cannot be a good teacher in the long run. That's very, very important, especially we are talking about university education, we are talking about advanced courses, graduate, PhD, all of course closely related to research capacity of a given faculty member.
Thank you, Azar. Jamal, I will just give you some.
Well, I think the bottom-up approach is not going to work, at least that fast.
The bottom-up is not...
Like somebody is doing research, unless it is a very theoretical research, like mathematicians or like somebody from social science. They can sit and do research. But in this case, only a research index of one person is going to increase, not the institution. Well, indirectly, it will increase a tiny bit, the research index of the institution as well. I believe that it should be directed.
Top-down.
Top-down. We even don't have Elmi Katib, for example, so which is like a necessary thing, I think. So somebody needs to ask departments, schools. So every quarter or twice a year, what are your research results? Not necessarily building a rocket, but do you have a direction? So like, let's say we have a direction, we have a roadmap, and we have done 20% of it.
So it's kind of a research vision for department and for university.
To ask. If nobody asking, nobody's going to do, right? So I can publish on predatory journals, I can do whatever I want, and then for myself, I can do some research. So it should be directed, it should be controlled, and it should be, of course, stimulated.
Not controlled, but just directed.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Okay, so whenever I say controlled, I mean good way. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Jamal. Matteo, do you want to add something about that?
I'm more in the middle, in the sense that it has to be both bottom-up and top-down, and there is a role for everybody. And there is a concept that we like a lot as economists, which is nudging. Top-down should be about nudging, so stimulating to be relevant, to have an impact. Top-down is about empowering. In the new building of the School of Agriculture and Food Science, we have a number of new laboratories that are really an important asset for potential researchers. The researchers should have the freedom to choose their own direction within a framework, which is about, again, having an impact with the society, having an impact with the public institutions, public bodies, with companies, be relevant in the academic world because we want to publish on certain journals. So the framework should be established by the governance, but then it is important to stimulate freedom and to nudge researchers also to be able to choose proper research lines that might have an impact. I cannot choose something only because I like it or it is interesting, but it has to be interesting at a wider level, and it has to be relevant in that moment.
Sembe, in your opinion, I mean, whenever we talk about research, should it be applicable to the reality of the country? Should it be results of your research be applicable in the certain sectors of the country, or we can just go as theoretical as possible? In your opinion, what do you think?
No, I think at ADA, doing country-specific research will not be a very good idea, in my opinion, because it will restrict, probably you will be restricted in the topics that you can consider. The other issue is that, like, if we hire someone, let's say, with a PhD, they have already specialized in one area, yes? And then if we ask them to refocus, that's itself a dangerous thing, because it's usually very difficult to, to focus, to change your research focus. It requires, it's a very time-consuming process. So I would think as the first step, it should be that people should do what they're trained to do in PhD.
Bottom-up approach.
Yes. No, regarding bottom-up, I think it should be from the top.
Top-down?
And the reason I think it should be from the top, because I think about what is important for us to be good in research. So I can think of 3 to 4 things. Yes, and when I think about those 3 to 4 things, all of them should come from the top down, I guess. So, for example, first, again, I'm telling this based on my experience, at research universities in Netherlands and in the US. So the first thing for good research, you need recruitment. You need to recruit correct people. I think one issue, for example, I realized at ADA is that we recruit someone as a good teacher, and then we say why this person is not doing good research, which is itself, because nowhere in the world, if you hire a researcher, you base it based on their teaching. Yes, of course, if you hire someone based on their teaching, then, and also why it's important, I think it is almost impossible if someone has no good research pipeline, yes, or has never done high quality research, I think it's almost impossible to train that people to become a good researcher. Because it will take, I'm talking high quality research, let's say in economics business, it will take years, up to 10 years maybe, and then maybe, if you do it for 10 years properly, maybe you will get some result, but it's very, but vice versa, I think it's easier to do. If you hire a good researcher, even if they are not good teacher, teaching is something you can learn. Yes, if you really put effort, you can improve your teaching. There are a lot of studies that show that, if you take teaching seriously, there is room to improve your teaching. So in terms of recruitment, so one issue is recruitment, the other issue is infrastructure and conditions. This, I think, also comes from the top. Infrastructure is, again, research infrastructure, labs, subscriptions. Conditions, I mean, for example, teaching load. You give a teaching load 6, for example, our teaching load is 6 for assistant professor, and then you tell why you don't publish. Well, guess why? Because there is nowhere in the world where people publish with 6 load. Yes, I don't know, maybe there is, but people don't publish in high-quality journals with 6 teaching load. And especially in Azerbaijan, an isolated place. Like we are not in London, we're not in, in Boston, where there are 20 universities around us, there are research seminars. We're in a very isolated place. So, and you put this teaching load. So again, this issue, I think, can also be solved from the top. The third issue is proper evaluation criteria. So unfortunately, we talked about these predatory journals. Even there are non-predatory journals, that artificially boost impact factor citations. So we need to come up with proper evaluation criteria. Where we tried to do it in School of Business. It's not perfect, but I think it's better than the previous evaluation criteria. So that should also, that can, and the last one I would say, which is related to all of this, is incentives. Yes. For example, I can tell you from my experience, when I came to ADA, so I was a PhD student at Tilburg University. So Tilburg is a research university. And during my PhDs, I went to research visit to University of California, San Diego. That was also a research university. So, for example, I remember at Tilburg, we had teaching responsibilities, but I don't remember ever discussing my teaching with anyone. Because the whole focus was on, everyone was talking about research. What kind of paper do you have? What are you working on? Who is doing what? Have you read this paper? Have you... For example, when I came to ADA...
Hussein, I just hate to interrupt you. Can you just wrap up your discussions?
Yeah,
so we
yes.
can, because we
so
have,
for
we still
example,
have 15
when
minutes.
I came to ADA, what I mean, I realized how important teaching is here. Yes, and economists say people respond to incentives. Yes, so I said, okay, teaching is very important here, so I have to really, even rector was attending classes. Yes, it just shows how important it is. Yes, rector would attend our classes, everyone would ask you about your teaching, and then people here just respond to that incentive. Yes, everyone trying to improve their teaching, Yes, but the research then gets, and we have limited time, so there is a trade-off. Yes, of course, the more you focus on research, on teaching, the less time you have for research and vice versa. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sembe. Thank you. Since we just are kind of running out of the time, we still have just 10 minutes. I mean, it's a very good opportunity for all our faculty members over here to speak up freely in their understanding, in their perceptions, what we need to do to become a research university. So it's a very good chance for you, colleagues, to speak up. Again, it's okay, there's lots of the hands. I will just give the chance to the first Fariz Malim to explain his perception and position. And I will just kindly ask you to shorten your comments, and since we will just give the chance to everyone. Yes.
Yes, I wanted to just mention very briefly about the client, because when we do research, we always have to think about the end user. Who is the end user of this research? Who it will benefit? In our case, the government agencies often request research, like policy research or very urgent needs that they have. We need to utilize that as an opportunity, because often they call us, they demand us to get involved in specific topics. So I think that government is potentially a very beneficial partner in this, how we can boost research. But at the same time, government is also sometimes an obstacle, because the data that we need, statistical data, I have seen many faculty members complaining that they don't provide data so that we can further our research. So we need to think about our clients, our end users, and how we can better build a relationship with them.
Thank you. I think there's hands right behind. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nijat Rasulzadeh, and I'm a recent member, and I started as assistant professor at the law faculty. And thank you for all of the speakers, and also the moderator for an interesting takes on the research in university. And I think one of the most important parts that we should, and then I'll gladly ask the question, what is the role of the library in the research university? Because probably all of you, or most of you, have done your research, your PhD research abroad, and each faculty nearly had its own library. And what's your take on development of potential research strategy, starting maybe in the future graduate PhD programs, and etc.? Thank you.
Somebody want to pick up on this questions? Oh yeah, somebody want to answer before this? Okay, so maybe just later on somebody will just ask a answer. Yes, why don't we just pick up the other questions and we just come back to about the... Yes, go ahead.
Hello again. So I don't have a question, I have a suggestion to my fellow researcher. So age of traditional research is gone. Elephant in the room is AI. Today I can assure for you, like comprehensive AI tools for the literature analysis. So those literature analysis, this AI has a, let's say, advantage, I'm not going to, but it's also a huge filter for me to do the literature analysis. I put the filter, I want the Scopus index articles, I want this certain question, and it does systematic literature review. And I'm talking these tools that they are not the cheap one, they are not like, they are the expensive, like a $500 for per year. So my suggestion to my fellow researcher is that whenever you write your research, you have to think about that, okay, my article is going to be trained for some AI tools, that how I'm going to appear in their, let's say, literature research questions. Because one of the examples that I have seen among students, that master student or the PhD research, that theory technological acceptance model. Why? Because the ChatGPT trained in that theory. Whenever you ask the question about which theory I'm going to use in this research, and it offers Davis theoretical acceptance, technological acceptance model. So now, that's a big challenge for us to write our article in a way that to make it clear, the conclusion, introduction, research methodology part, that AI can train your article for the other fellow researchers to appear. Otherwise, you have a good article, But you know, AI is a filter.
Thank you.
You won't appear.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody? Yes, we have lots of the people from EAPP program, I guess, over here, and I don't see any.
I have some.
Okay, it would be great if we just have somebody from there. Yes, go ahead.
I don't have any questions.
Maybe
just
you will
few comments.
introduce yourself.
Sorry?
Introduce yourself. Introduce.
Okay. I'm Dorkan Kerimzadeh, Assistant Professor at School of IT and Engineering in Electrical Electronic Engineering. So my comments is, when we talk about how to become a research university, this is actually not a rocket science. Probably the people are doing it for the ages around the world. We just have to take the best practices. And people who are ever involved in this high quality research, they know that research without the funding and without the grantees would never work. I'm talking about the practical engineering research. We need the grants, we need the funding. I remember we met the KAIST startup representatives with the rector few months ago, and they have currently the budget at more than $300 million. And I asked them, how did you start 20 years ago? They said the first thing we did, the government gave us $10 billion, and they said distribute it as a grant to researchers. That's how we started, and now after 20 years, they have $300 million budget as an innovation center and startup. So that's the first step should be done. Another point I want to highlight is the load of the professors and the PhDs. So we started PhD this year, and we hired our instructors. But with 6 load teaching, and we are expecting them to do the high-quality research, which is, in my opinion, impossible. So it should be reconsidered. Another point that can be considered is research professor. We have experience all around the world to have a research professors. And in Azerbaijan, we already have some state universities, they introduced research professor position. So the professors who want to do the teaching, they can be the teaching professors, but those who want to do the research, they might have very few teaching load and to be the research professors. I mean, I can talk 1 hour on
Thank
this
you.
quick, but I will
Thank
try
you
to
very
make
much,
it
Orhan Bey.
shorter. Thank you.
Anybody from the, yes, this lady over there, let's give the chance to ladies.
Hi, my name is Medina Gulieva. I'm an assistant professor at School of Agricultural and Food Sciences. And it's more of a view and a question. I didn't hear today about research methodology. Somebody said that research, the bottom-up approach won't work. But what do you think about research methodology being integrating that research methodology from the bachelor's level to students, so they have that strategic mindset when they come to the where they have to do their dissertation or the research at the master level, they already have some kind of a mindset to be able to do that. Why are we not doing it, or are we going to do it?
I think, Matteo, do you want to answer this one? Yeah, it's better for you.
Well, I think at the master level, it is crucial to start talking about methodologies and to apply methodologies. And it is crucial to start to build a research-minded environment. And it is a way to stimulate students in order to get into research. It is a way to improve research. So that is probably crucial to get started with. The master thesis is a first, let's say, milestone they can have in developing their own methodology, but that is really crucial. And even here, it is important. Faris Mellim was mentioning clients and users. A master thesis is a tool that can help students to try and to start to get in touch with end users, to start to develop a different language, and to work on the method. The method is crucial. Then I do agree that IT is important. The use of IT is crucial, but we need to start from a framework, from the understanding of the needs, and then to, let's say, to bring them in order to understand how to address needs. But it is absolutely important to start from the master level, then the PhD, and to have, let's say, researchers with a certain and professors with a certain mindset. Something that I would like to add is, I'm not sure we should always separate teachers and researchers, teaching skill and research skills are going together. It is, there are different models. In some universities, there are research professors, but these are going together. And it is about, if we want to talk about what is the, at the moment, what are the skills a researcher should have. This is including research, method, but also teaching. It is to be comprehensive set of skills.
Okay, thank you very much, Matteo. Dear colleagues, I would hate to stand between us and lunch. Sorry about that, really appreciate it. So I want to just give a big applause to our, okay, sorry, don't applaud. I think Ambassador Pashaev has a kind of the comments between lunch and...
It's a question about research. Research very individual activities. If you are a researcher, if you have something in your mind, I think nobody can stop you. Even more, everybody will help you. I understand that for research, it's very important to have environment. And for that, we have already some successful researchers. I'm always insisting, are you organizing any seminars, any, they organize some big conferences, but I'm talking about seminars inside of the university to create interest among the students, to bring also outsiders from our university to come and share on knowledge, research. But up to now, I cannot see it, unfortunately. For example, in economics, we have some good number of professors who are able, and some of them, actually, it's already confirmed that by their publications. But do we have all, not only for us, for university, but for all city of Baku, where we have a lot of scientists in the economics? Do we have any interesting seminars for them to come and participate with you, with your students? No, we don't have, unfortunately. I don't know why. If you have some shortage of time, we can eliminate some courses from you. We can give you full freedom to choose either to the research or
I'm faculty.
To teach. This Orhan just asked questions and made some suggestions about this eliminating numbers of courses. I will completely eliminate all your teaching courses if you will present me, if you convince me. He did good research in Italy. He brought some ideas how to continue his research. He complained about this lack of funds. We provided. He complained about number of courses. We eliminated some. And we expected that we will have some results from him.
We will see here.
Let's evaluate this as a pilot.
Yes.
So, first, you talking about your previous PhD studies, who stopped you to continue these studies? Did we limit your opportunity to go back to your institution and to work together with them? We can provide all funds for you. I think it's all discussions around research university or teaching university, it's philology. It's not scientific. I think it's from our side, from side of the administration, we fully we support all your initiatives. Just give us opportunity to help you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, with this positive note and encouragement from our top administration, we encourage you to continue our research. And I was asked to say that to be back at 2:30. So it's a lunchtime right now, 2:30. And again, once again, let's give a big applause to our panel members. And thank you very much, and come back at 2:30. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Proqramda gördüyünüz kimi də bizim 3-cü sessiyamız texnologiya ilə tədrisin vəhdətinə, sıx inteqrasiyasına həsr olunub. Bilirsiniz, ADA ən birinci universitetdir və demək olar ki, elə yeganə universitetdir. Blackboard-u gətirən və aktiv şəkildə istifadə edən və hətta demək istəyirəm ki, artıq bizdə 2 universitet nümunəsi var ki, hardakı ADA Universitetinin Blackboard Facilitated Trainers, yəni bizim hazırladığımız təlimçilər, onlar Blackboard'un tətbiqin deməli həyata keçirdirlər. Biri Bakı Dövlət Universitetidir, bu yaxınlarda da Qarabağ Universitetində məhz elə bizim Blackboard təlimçilərimiz oradakı müəllimlərə Blackboard'u necə tətbiq etmək lazımdır, istifadə etmək lazımdır. Bu üzrə təlimlərin keçirlər. Özüm də başa düşmədən I speak in Azərbaycani. It's difficult, so probably you think here in Azerbaijani language because it's the premises, the venue that make you think in your native language. Every year, since we started implementing Blackboard, we also started a very good initiative, ADA Exemplary Course Competition. The purpose of this course competition is to spread a good practice of Blackboard usage within our community, ADA community, and to encourage more and more faculty to use actively Blackboard. Since I am also a teacher and I also actively use Blackboard, it can bring a lot of efficiency to our teaching. It can bring a lot of transparency to our teaching and learning, and it can really make the learning process truly engaging. And recently we have had several new sessions with Blackboard company where they introduced us to very innovative features on Blackboard. So, and I also always tell that as a university we put a lot of investment in digital tools, both the learning management system and the other one, banner system. And it's very important that we have a good return on this investment and we utilize it to the fullest. We have many teachers who do it with great enthusiasm, with great passion, and they are also winners of our ADA exemplary course program. Usually the winners go to a Blackboard conference in United States. So I once again want to bring to attention that ADA is indeed providing a lot of incentives to faculty for their development. And 3 of them actually will be today presenting how they use their Blackboard courses, how they design, again with the purpose of sharing their experience. And after that, if you have any questions, you can ask. And then we will have a concluding speech for today about where our Qazax seminary is going, and in general about our growth and changes. And I think you can all easily guess who will give that speech. Galip Malim will also be talking by the end of that presentation. I want to say everything so that then we simply continue. Then you will have some free time until 6 p.m. You can rest, you can go, the weather is nice, you can go to some sightseeing places here if you want. But at 6 p.m. we will be waiting for everyone in Incesanat Merkezi for a reception and a cultural program. And after Incesanat Merkezi, we will come to Seminaria at 6:30 to continue with the program. Yes, I want to invite Mehriban Khanım. She is the female faculty member here. Jamal Malim, sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. Although I'm not a female, I will try to grasp your attention, which is a hard task after lunchtime. So my colleagues asked me how to become, to get this exemplary the award and how to design the nice Blackboard course. The answer is easy. The thing is, they have a rubric saying that you need to design your course according to this rubric, and you will be evaluated based on this rubric. So it contains several sections, each explaining. So let me see if I can hide this one. So like, you need to have goals and objectives. I'm going to talk about them. And how you need to engage your learner. And then there are scores, accessibility, options, and how you design your assessment, and so on, so on. So you just get this document and look at your course and correspondingly design your course. I have the printed version of it on my table, and every time whatever I do, I put a tick there saying, okay, I have done this. And I have done this. So since it's called an exemplary course, I will show it as an example based on my database systems course that I taught in the previous semester. So as the exemplary, as the rubric says, we need to have good, the course should be divided into learning modules. So you can see that it starts with introduction, then the database design, introduction to SQL, intermediate SQL, and then we have, under each module, we have necessary stuff like the lecture slides, quizzes. In some cases, let's say here you can see the visual demonstration of something, BP+3s in these cases, or the references to some other practical video that demonstrates how to practically use those stuff, and so on. So the first thing, you need to divide them, not by folders, but the learning modules. That makes a big difference, at least to those who evaluate. Then it requires a good introduction of the instructor and the course. So what is going to happen in this course, and how to navigate, where to find the things. So for that purpose, I added a separate module called About the Course. So Welcome to Database System is a YouTube video where I talk for a minute or two about the course contents, what's going to happen, and so on. Then syllabus is there, so it's required. Course orientation, where to find what, like you can click and see that. So where to get the learning modules, supplementary materials, and what kind of assignments are they going to get, and so on. The textbook, about the instructors, how to find me, and then the office hours, and so on. So, and of course, accessibility needs. So
considering our aim and the culture, we need to consider the diversity of students that we have. So, and then supplementary materials. For my courses, I write lecture notes, like a textbook, short textbook. I share them with students as well. Some links to other the materials and so on. Well, what happens later? They say that whatever you do, so you have a course and you need to teach it. And then there are different ways of teaching the course, right? So the same course can be taught in many different ways. So it says that whatever you teach should be connected to the learning objectives. So unfortunately, Maurus is not here. So yeah, so let's say I will show an example. So let's say in the third or fourth module, I have a quiz, and this quiz and any assignment, so it does not show the contents. Okay, so let me, probably assignments are going to show it. Okay, so the second assignment. So probably it's here. Yeah. So when you design the assignment or quiz, you need to pick the goals and standards. And in my case, this assignment is connected to two goals of IT's major. So like apply knowledge of computing, programming, networking, database, and system analysis to solve real-world problems. And the second goal is build, develop, test, and deploy software solutions while ensuring system integration and usability in industrial applications. So these are general from the major. And I also have several the goals that are connected directly to the course itself. So database system. So use SQL to interact with the database management system and design appropriate database tables using normal forms. So by the end of the course, you have to cover all the goals. So like, and there is one thing, these goals are not added automatically. So you need to ask our Blackboard admins saying that please add these goals of my major and the particular course. Okay, so, and then they also require to have a good and transparent evaluation of your course. It can be rubric, it can be nice course description, whatever. So this is something like this. Sometimes I finalize the course the assignment content in a couple of iterations based on the comments. It can be mistake, it can be the link that does not work, is not available anymore. So usually it looks like this. Well, I believe my colleagues are going to share the more details about the course design. I would like to talk about one thing. So in last 5 years, we started complaining about the technology, like, oh, the tests are not easy anymore. We ask them to return assignments and they use LLMs, they use something else and so on. So my position is, if something is changing in the environment, we need to change as well. Okay, we cannot use the same format for the homeworks, for the quizzes, for the assignments, and so on. I came up with different solutions for that, and one of them, which particularly works for the courses that are connected to the practical part. This is not going to work in mathematics or social sciences. So I asked them to record their working, so record the screen and also their face. So, and then I said that you are not required to do it at one shot. You can work like have 5 videos and you can merge them. So the good thing is to have a steady approach. So let's see how it works. So it looks like this. I got the permission of the student, by the way. So she is required to annotate whatever she's doing. She needs to say that I'm going to create this table, I'm going to add this, and then I allow to solve their problems, to troubleshoot in real time, saying that, well, this did not work, let me check it from Google. And then they go and check it from Google, which is even better. I see that it's somebody who is real is interacting with me. So somewhere we will see, so she's drawing relational algebra diagram, and then by explaining that, well, I'm doing this, I will connect it to this one, and then I'm seeing the process. You can see that the background has changed and the outfit changes. That means the person has worked on it several days. Well, talking about the LLM, how can we use it? We had an experiment last year, the same spring semester, with one of my TAs. Well, in my assignment, for example, in this particular assignment, I require the following. So, okay, so this is SQL practice, which says that you need to do this to get your grades. So watching video is time-consuming, right? So you need to watch and see how it is done. I asked them to turn the captioning on such that I locate that part very fast. Like, I can check, okay, did she do materialized view? So I type, okay, let me check. Probably she didn't. And then let's say view. The search does not work probably. View. Oh, it locates something, I believe, yeah. So I locate that part. Let's say she said it here, and I start watching exactly at that position. So yeah, so actually it finds, and then easily you can locate that part and watch if it is done correctly or not. So because sometimes she can talk like, okay, I'm trying to open a file, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do this. So you may want to skip it, and this is a good part. What we did another small research with my TA. We also analyzed the video content, so provided it to LLM saying that, here is my rubric, can you check if that person fulfilled all those requirements? And then we had 3 kinds of the evaluations. So grading based on the video, grading based on the whole text, giving the text to the LLM saying that this is what a student said, and check if it was mentioned or not, and my grading. And we analyzed if there is a correlation or not. So we saw that LLM is not doing that good because based on the wording, it does not analyze the video content, if some particular SQL type there or not. But I think it's a good direction to go. So what I'm trying to say, if technology is evolving, if everybody is using it, we shall use it as well. So it is one of the strategies that I use. We also use automated grading. So it's code-based if they are required to submit their codes. So in this case, we do the auto-grading, we do peer reviews, the code reviews and so on. Okay, I guess this is it from me, and my colleagues are going to talk mainly about their the course content and how they design it. Thank you. Yes, yeah, questions, please. Yeah, meanwhile, Mayor Banham, you can come and configure them. The final grade was my grade, but it was after the grading to see if there is a correlation. If AI can replace me, if I can be fired after some time. So I realized that it's not possible.
No, it is very important. I always, all this semester, I was trying to find out what is better comparing me and LLM. It is really an issue.
Yeah. Any other question?
Yeah?
Okay. If no questions, but if you have questions, you can approach me later on. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. As my Japanese professor used to say, an American starts a presentation with a joke, a Japanese starts it with an apology. So I would like to start it somewhat in a Japanese way and to say how humbled I am to stand in front of the instructors in making this presentation, because I believe that there are more experienced instructors here. But nonetheless, I will be honored if you will find my presentation and course structure interesting and will have a chance to use it in your courses. My major is accounting, so I'm teaching accounting courses, and this is the basic structure of how I designed it. So I think the simple is the best, so I didn't try to overload it too much. Nonetheless, given the general habit of students to skip the syllabus reading process, and because a lot of students skip the first lecture, which is where exactly I explain the assessment, the grading criteria, and all of that. So I designed my course in such a way that we start with a non-teaching module. This non-teaching module gives them all of the information that they need, which basically replicates the syllabus itself, but it adds a little bit of more information and it's more structured, meaning that if a student throughout the semester somehow forgot what my assessment is, what I demand of them, then they can easily jump into a specific section. For instance, they can click on the assessment tools and details and see what I am usually demanding of them. I can also, for instance, so if I click on welcome, it starts here as such. And as you can see, I've highlighted here that I focus on a forced sequence of each module, meaning that a student cannot proceed with the next task until he finishes the previous one. So this way, I encourage them to stick to a specific way of studying. Unfortunately, the reason why I did it, because a lot of times students would do a homework without doing practice exercises, and that would be a problem. So they would fail, and I would try to encourage them to do practices. And so this way, I make sure that they are familiar with the syllabus before they jump into the course itself. Then we just click on next, and there are the course overview that explains not only the course description, the modality of it, and even the recommended study time. I think we've all experienced the idea that students think that 1 or 2 hours a week is enough to study for the course, and so here I try to explain them that's not the case. Further, I have the assessment tools, and I try to be as meticulous about it as possible, especially when it comes to the class participation. So class participation is not, in my case at least, not about just talking in the class, because that's the disruption, but it's mostly about their preparedness for each lecture. And the same goes for all of the other examination and so on. So all of the details are provided here. I do the same with the syllabus, so they have the full file of the syllabus provided to them. They can download it, they can just open it right in there and look at it. Further, I go with the policy statements, and I make sure that they understand what me as an instructor demand from them, because each instructor is individual. Some check the attendance, some don't, some are picky about the punctuality, some are not, and I am. So I try to make sure that they are aware of it as well as I show my own responsibility. If I need to grade and send them a feedback, I tell them when and by which point I usually do that, so they can keep me accountable for it as well. Then I stick to the office hours. They know when and how they can reach me. They usually can fill in the registration form, which is an Excel file online. They fill in the time. Unfortunately, the time schedule is not fixed for everyone, so I keep the floating timetable. So every week I update it, students can fill in their time. They don't have to email me, they don't have to look for me, they don't have to wait for me, so it's usually quite punctual. And of course, the TA's information is provided too. Because my course on managerial accountant is focusing on accounting, the prerequisite is financial accounting. And considering that a lot of students either take it a year before, 2 years before that, I make sure that they revise their knowledge and they take a short quiz, which is not graded. And I never even look at it. They take the test, they know what they need to know, they figure out what the gaps they have, especially relevant to the specific course that I teach. Followed by that, I have the syllabus homework, which might sound kind of funny because it is not even testing on their knowledge, but it makes sure that they get an easy 0.5% of the grade in my case, and it's administratively important that they actually read the syllabus and they know what it is in there. And once they're done with the homework, which again is graded, they can jump into the discussion board. And the discussion board I managed to create in every learning module. Any module that I have will have a discussion board, and it serves not only for the space for them to ask the questions if they didn't have a chance to ask in the lecture, but also to give them a chance to give a feedback and a comment on the lecture before we reach the end of the course. As you know, we have this course evaluation form that students fill in at the end of the semester, but it's way too late for me to make any changes. And so I try to encourage them to post a comment on the feedback regarding the course. And I try to be explicit about the fact that it doesn't mean that I'm going to meet all of your demands, because some of those demands are extremely irrational, but I give them the chance to express it. At the same time, I give myself a chance to explain them why it is irrational, and then we are happy. They are happy, and I am happy too. But again, I do sometimes make adjustments like I did this semester regarding the grading criteria. Yes, so I've updated so that midterm now is only 30% compared to the previous 40%. The remainder of the course is designed exactly the same. So the rest of the modules are teaching modules where the students learn, and they're designed exactly in the same way. So they start with the study materials, and the study materials can be quite long. So you open the next folder here, which is study materials, and it starts with the learning objectives. Now, the reason why I do that is because it serves them as a checkpoint. So before we start learning, they know what they are going to learn. And at the end of the week, they can go back and see whether I've skipped anything, I didn't explain something, they can demand it from me. So this basically helps them as a starting point. We move on to, I can skip this one because I stopped giving it to them. The reading requirements. So I don't link the PDF file itself because we don't have the copyrights to do so, but they know what they're supposed to read, where they can find it, yes? So I indicate where they can find it, as well as if there is any additional information that is not in the textbook, I link specific link, maybe URL, where they can access and get acquainted with that information. They move on for further, and then there is an additional information, maybe something that was not included in the chapter, I might include it. Now, probably the most important, well, after the slides, so the slides are the ones that I present in the lecture, I make a point of not letting students be able to download the slides because there is a copyright issue. I don't want them to be too lazy not to listen during the lecture, but they can view it on the online format. The most important, probably what I have that helped a lot of students is the online pre-recorded video lectures that I do. So I just link it, and happily Blackboard allows us to do so. We can just click on the link, which leads them to, for instance, in my case, to the, sorry about the advertisement that we have, but okay. So it leads them to a pre-recorded video lectures that I've recorded on my own, and I would like to suggest to the instructors to use it once in a while, despite the fact that it takes a lot of your extra time, because just to record, 5 minutes lecture probably took me a good 30 minutes to 1 hour, because you make mistakes, you tip somewhere, you make a calculational error, so I have to start all over again. Not to mention that you have to invest a lot of time on researching on how to record all of that. But if you're really well aware of it, it's going to be not that difficult. There were some conversations about Blackboard capabilities in the document, where we should be able to pre-record the video within the Blackboard. But unfortunately, we don't have the access to it, and so YouTube is the way for me to go. And pretty much like that for the study materials. The next thing that I do is a practice material, and it is always a must. And the practice material is a must only in a sense that it's not graded, right? So it's not graded, students can do it, they can redo it, it's unlimited times. So the more they practice, this is an accounting course. Of course, without practice, you cannot achieve the greatness. And so I provide them a lot of exercises to do it within the system. But I try not to overdo it, because the examination itself is on paper-based. Yes, it's on paper, it's a paper-based examination. So I want them to get the gist of it. The topics are quite similar, the concepts are covered. And the most important, of course, is the discussion board, the one that I can access. They can communicate, they ask me questions, they ask each other the questions, and we move on to the homework. And the homework is the final thing that they do before they move on to the next week's topic. So this way I've designed it. As you can see, it's not too complex in a sense that I didn't use too much of the features of the Blackboard, but I've used to the maximum based on the demands of the lecture, considering that the examination is paper-based. If you have any questions, I will be happy to reply to them. Thank you.
I have. How many students did evaluate your course at the end?
How many students
participated in your course evaluation?
Course evaluation, it depends on the year, but this year I think it was sometimes 15, sometimes 10, sometimes 3 people, depending on
of the total number of students.
I've never done the statistics to this, but
Okay,
it always depends on the semester.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No questions? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, like I'm gonna do it in a minute. Sorry, but I would like to address the question. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I would like to just address this question to you so that it's not asked to me, because last time it's asked to me and I don't think that I have answered it in the right way, or maybe I did. But so the question is, what motivates you to spend so much time to design the course? Maybe the course is just 75 minutes at the end of the day, or 75 minutes in a week. So, but according to your day, you spend a lot of time, maybe the 2-3 times of the time. So what motivates you?
Mostly it comes from the fact that I know that's a good investment into the future, because once I do it, it becomes a huge saving in a piggy bank of the teaching material. So I have done it once, I don't have to redo it again, yes? So all I have to do now, for instance, when it comes to the new semester, I can adjust some things that I noticed last semester. I can slowly and maybe adjustments are done to it, but it's never big things. So if you're doing it once, you do it perfectly, or at least to the best of your abilities. So then the next semester, you don't have to repeat and do it all over again. So for instance, all of the videos that I showed you earlier, I did it probably a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. So I can recycle it. Students who have, as you know, a short attention span will be able to watch them and study. It helps me to cut the time on answering students, because they keep asking exactly the same questions. Do we need the textbook? What textbook do we need? Do we need to, where can we find the practice exercises? What is the location of the textbook? Yeah, all of this information, or I didn't attend the class. Could you please explain me again the same topic? Just individually, which is crazy on its own. So what I do usually, I try to create this bank of information and accessible information for students so that they can refer to it in the future as well. Thank you. I hope I answered yours.
Okay, thank you for the organizer, for the beautiful organization for today, and for all presenters before me for their very nice presentation of their homepage and sharing their expertise with us. So I would like to start with a story of mine. So before I proceed with my presentation from the Blackboard, actually already the previous presenter already said a lot about. I'm going to just touch into two topics, and then that will be it. But when I came to the ADA, when I applied here in 2022, first time like I have applied here, and then I met with Kim Malim. Then he was like the dean of the business school, and he showed me the infrastructure of the ADA University, the rooms, classrooms, and like he was like saying, okay, we have like the smart boards, we have the whiteboards, etc. Like some, and as a mathematician, like I was just like guy who were like maybe mathematicians would agree with me that we usually like to act as the architect, like construct the mathematics as a like writing step by step, so not very well use the technology, etc. And then, okay, I said, okay, probably I'm not going to use the smart board, but maybe he recalled, maybe not. He said, okay, but some guys are using in the hybrid system. And then it was also surprising for me that I won the technological award. So that was my story when I have started in 2022. So the first motivation actually, to be honest, maybe last time I wasn't honest so much, but was that award system, like the initiative of the ADA University, and how I have done it exactly was that Jamal Man was introduced, like I have taken a look to the rubric, okay, I have need to do this thing so that I accomplish, and I construct my course in the way that it is the one, exemplary one. So, and I accomplished it eventually. So today I'm going to talk about two features of the Blackboard, which I believe that it is hidden there, it's active, but usually people are not using it very well, as I know also it from the IT department. So this is, the first one is it's here in the books and tools, Ally. So Ally is the accessibility report system. And if you don't ask the IT department for activation of the system, it's not coming active. For instance, for this course, for my course over here, it's not active yet because I haven't asked it for like on purpose this semester. And if you check like my documents, they are not active over here. Like how I understood that, if I activate it, there should be such sign over there. What is the accessibility system? Like we teach diverse the cohort of the students, like there are different kind of the students with different needs, with this different disabilities, like and usually with our culture, the people are hiding their needs, like that's the case, and or maybe you do not notice them. And this accessibility system provides you, like whenever you upload a document to the Blackboard, it gives you a feedback, okay, this is accessible for the users like with the special needs, and this is not. For instance, there is a it gives you the percentage. Oh, like this document is a low accessible. So it gives for instance, like the automatic reader features for the ones who need that, for the disabilities, maybe visual disabilities, etc. So this is one feature I would like to just notice, that you may ask the IT department for activating the Ally for your Blackboard page, so that, and you can start to use this. It's not too hard to construct the documents which are accessible, but you need to, of course, learn this, and to provide accessible documents. It's not coming automatically. For instance, as you can see, I haven't done yet too much on these documents, but only 68% of my documents. But if I'm going to adjust it, and it will become more accessible. So I need to do some work over there. Although it's not too hard, but it is something to do. Another feature I would like to show is the document feature, and which I like very, like it's introduced, I think, a year ago. a document feature, when you start to create a document in the Blackboard, there is a feature you can create it as a document, and there are a lot of choices over there. And one of them I like very much is the HTML, where you are free to do anything. Only the thing you need to have an idea. For instance, I'm going to show, it was already open there. You may do any simulations over there. You may do different kind of the things, and it depends on the course, of course. So, for instance, I teach the probability and statistics course over there, and then for my course in some week, I teach the conditional probability. I need to introduce some problem, and I would like to make it interesting and interactive with the students. So, how I can attach their bring their attention to the course. And in class, we solve some problems, and then Monte Hall the experiment or the problem is very famous problem for the ones who know the statistics. Okay, then I can simulate it. Basically, I can do it in the Blackboard. How I can do it? Well, of course, you need to do some coding there, and then upload it as the HTML document. And nowadays, with an AI, with the help of the AI, maybe not just the AI, but with the help of the AI, it's not too hard to do it. But the main thing, you need to have an idea, but I need to just make, to say that there is such features you can use. And if you check, this is basically the coding system, but eventually it becomes a simulation for the user. And user can interact with the system and learn. Maybe the different students have the different kind of the learning process. And also with the same document feature in the Blackboard, you can construct a page for yourself, not just as the document there, PDF document there, but as a web page. So they can read it, and then you can also build in put some short videos over there, which attracts their attentions also. Again, this is also about the same problem, about short video from some movie. So that's actually the tools I would like to introduce. In the other kind of about the course design or how you can construct your course. I know that everyone has their own way of doing the things. And usually, I believe that the discussions and talking with the colleagues is a very nice way to learn this kind of things. For instance, I have learned a lot from the Mehriban Khanım, and I copied her strategies. So, for instance, she is using the start here document and then examining the students about the syllabus. So I started to do so too. So this is a very nice way to learn, and I actually learned a lot from the ADA community and my colleagues. So my course design would probably look very similar to the one Jamalettin Man presented and the Mehriban Khanım presented. But I have also my own type of the documents over there, and I also like the HTML feature of the Blackboard. So it gives me the freeness. So I can do a lot of simulations. I can do I can construct different kind of the documents rather than just a PDF document, uploading the PDF document over there. So that's from my side, I think, for today. Thank you very much for listening. If you don't have any questions, I think we can. So, actually, first incentive, I actually answered this question. First incentive was to win the award. So I think I'm that kind of the person that if there is a goal over there, I need to take this goal. So, but eventually, it brings me the point that now, for instance, there is no need for me so that I activate the LI each semester, but I do. So, because once you learn it, you feel that there is a need over there, and then you need to accomplish and so the things so that you provide something for this need. But first of all, whenever I started, I haven't been able, I haven't recognized this need. But then now I'm aware of this, and then that's why, for instance, each semester I'm activating LI so that I know what's the percentage of my accessibility, and then how I can improve this. Yeah,
about the scalability of these approaches, because particularly this design I'm not using. There are some things that I took note of, but there are some things that I use in my courses. But apparently, none of them looks like this, like modularization of the content material, assessments, and etc. But the courses that I have been teaching, mainly, they have been like massive courses. Nowadays, I'm teaching some courses which have less number of sections. But there are some courses, let's say there are 10 sections of them. So how do you see the replication of this structure and materials from, so let's say, imagine you do it for one section, how do you replicate it for the other so that it is
So there are actually solutions in the Blackboard for this. So one solution is you can ask for the IT department to merge your courses, which I have done. I have also taught like massive course, like last semester for the probability. I have 200 students, and 4 sections, I merged them. But another solution, you can just copy the content. Like you can copy the content. There is also such a feature. You just click there and the copy content, there's a copy content from the other, so you don't need to create the same content over and over. And that was actually Mehriban Khan's point. Like you can use it as a bank. You once construct it and copy for the future classes, like you are teaching again and again. And there are solutions. There are some problems that the Blackboard haven't solved yet, but there are a lot of nice solutions by the Blackboard you can utilize. Yeah. You can basically just copy everything with the copy feature. And like in a massive courses, probably it's better to merge the different courses to the one, so that you don't create the same thing again and again. But I think I have been also teaching the small classes before, but in the massive courses, Blackboard is very useful also, because, for instance, in my classes last semester there was 80 students, and then taking the attendance one by one is not something that you would like to do. I have used the discussion feature from the Blackboard that helped me a lot. Like, for instance, I just make a discussion over there, and in the class I have a discussion for the class, and then I ask them to write their decisions in groups, like maybe small groups, to the discussion board, and I can just check from there who attended, who not. Instead of just checking the attendance manually by just naming the 80 people in the class. So there are, Blackboard sometimes comes very helpful in that kind of the problem solutions too. Okay. I think there. Maybe you can ask later on. Okay, then louder. Sign off.
Okay. Am I on? Gəlir səs? Gəlir yox. Folks, I'm going to start saying welcome to the home and school of Firidun Bey Köçerli and Batsevana. It's a very sacred place in the whole world, in my opinion. Thomas Jefferson used to say, ignorance is the biggest enemy of freedom. You can take somebody's freedom away, put me inside the jail, keep me there for the rest of my life, but you cannot take the freedom of my mind and my soul away from me. If you do that, you have to cut my head off. So ignorance stops at the doorsteps of this building. When you enter, there's a freedom of mind and freedom of soul over here. The whole day you have been sitting and standing on a courtyard where thought leaders, grand people like Samet Vurgun, Firidun Bey, Osman Sarvelli, Ismail Shikhlı, and Mehdi Hüseyin, I mean, the list is endless. They were playing over here. They were studying over here, and they were living over here. This is the Mecca of modern education system in Azerbaijan. Before this, there was only madrasas where we used to memorize Quran in Arabic, and then 2 or 3 schools in Russian. This is the birthplace of the modern education system in Azerbaijani, in our own language in this country. Anytime I walk in, I'm looking around and I'm trying to find Safer Ali Bey, I'm trying to find Rashid Bey, I'm trying to find Firuddin Bey, and people like that in this place. Hafiz Bey says, we keep telling him, oh, we need to restructure, we need to do this, we need to reduce the programs, combine them, etc. He says, no, I don't care. All we are doing is because we are educating. Our mission is mariflandirme, that we have to educate. And that could be very much in line with what Thomas Jefferson said in that particular phrase, right? What do we want to have? It is safer to have the whole people respectably enlightened, than a few in a high state of science and the many in ignorance. What could be better than that? Thomas Jefferson, in my opinion, is the architect of not only University of Virginia, but also architect of today's universities and today's pedagogy. He stepped down as the president. He went in, you know, he was an architect, and he designed University of Virginia. And there is so much pedagogy in this design that he came up with. The first thing that he did, he built a courtyard, great lawn, tree-lined great lawn, on the left and right side, buildings, but on top of that great lawn, he put a library. Can you imagine what a daring move that is? Before him, church was at the center of the great lawn. So he picked up the church and he put the library over there. There is no university without a library. And with that, he highlighted the definition of library and what it means for a university. And then on the left and right-hand side of that great lawn, you see 5 structures over here, 5 structures over there. These are two-story buildings. The first floor is a classroom. The second floor is a residence of faculty. With that architecture, Thomas Jefferson was saying that faculty are the owners of a classroom, and classrooms are the home of a faculty. So you don't come there to live, to work. You come there because you own it, it is yours, and that is your home. Nobody else should be allowed to dictate what you are doing in your home, okay? Behind the faculty and classrooms, he built a row of student housing. And he said faculty and students should be living and learning together around the library and as a beacon in a great lawn. And behind those student housing, he built gardens. Thomas Jefferson, with that kind of concept, it takes an architect maybe a couple of hours or maybe 30 seconds or 40 seconds to come up with a concept, incredibly powerful concept like that. And then with that, he defined the meaning of pedagogy. So before I come to Qazax, I want to tell you about ADA, refresh your memory. There is a great lawn. You walk through on that catwalk from A building to student center. And you also walk through that catwalk in caps and gowns as faculty and students. And then we are seated on that great lawn. We graduate on that great lawn. And beacon of that great lawn is ADA Library. Small, in my opinion. Needs to be 3-4 times bigger than that. And then we just kept growing after that. There was an architecture festival in the new campus. I kept telling people, and it was about urbanity. I was telling people, it takes you now, measure it next week when you go back, it takes you about 15 minutes to get out of a metro in Gençlik and walk on a walkway now, okay? Lined up with trees and bushes, flowers, to go from there to Tabriz. It takes you 15 minutes. It took us 15 years to start at Gençlik and to go to Tabriz. And what we have been doing, we are not designing buildings. We are designing academical village as defined by Thomas Jefferson. You are not building a building. You have to build an academical village where all the components of Jefferson's initial ideas about pedagogy, university, and teaching should be in place. And we are almost there. After 15 years, we have gone all the way to Tabriz, and we even created a public park at the end of it, but we are not done yet. We are almost there. We need to put in student housing, we need to bring in faculty housing, et cetera, right? And then, at some point, and that point was not in so much distant. By the way, they are fooling you that you have 2.5 hours as a free time before dinner. They schedule 2.5 hours because they know that I will never finish. So forget about those 2.5 hours. But when Ermelim, as you say, now there's a bonus. I also want to offer a bonus. So if you can sit through this presentation, at the end, I'm going to tell you a few things, what kind of changes are coming onto you in ADA that we are planning, okay? So you'll be very happy before you go to dinner. So bear with me on that one. We are building academical village in Baku, but now we are taking that academical village to the regions of Azerbaijan. And the starting point of that was here in Qazax. At exactly 5 years ago, we were sitting, I remember that so vividly, exactly 5 years ago, at this time, a bunch of us came together and we said, this country and this government has done so much for us. What is it that we have to do to give back to this nation and to this country? And immediately, every single one of us in that room, they said, we have to go to Qazax and find Qazax Teachers Seminary, and we have to rebuild it. And we came here in May. This building was in ruins. That is a polished version of that, in which condition it was. A beginning of the modern education system in Azerbaijan belonged to a JEC, and it was in ruins, right? And we came here and we put up a tent outside. It was freezing cold and raining, and we told the people that we're gonna rebuild it and we're gonna take it to the next level. And we started rebuilding this, right? This seminaria. And while we were rebuilding this seminaria, because wherever we put our foot, that landscape around us changes. I'm not sure if you have noticed it or not. Wherever we go as ADA, we change the context and landscape and community around us, because we're not thinking just about us As one building, we are saying we are designing a new lifestyle, a new thinking, a new generation. At the end of the day, we are not just teaching them mathematics and computer science or agriculture or architecture. We are educating the next generation of Azerbaijanis who will go have an impact 10, 100 times more than we. So we are designing that lifestyle, that thinking, right? And we are not, there is one thing about ADA that we cannot stay indifferent. If you stay indifferent, if you ever use the word ashy, that means you have already on a path of degradation. You must be buried. If you ever use the word ashy, that must be a sign for you that it's time for you to die, because you have become indifferent about humanity, about the country, about your own family and kids, right? So then we said, we picked up and did that. I'm gonna tell you this story, a little bit about why are we here today. We are here on the anniversary of Firidun Bey Köçerli. Right? And I'm going to tell you a little bit of story because we have also our international colleagues over here. Russians launched a school in Gori, remote city of Georgia, remote. You couldn't even go there on a donkey, right? And they had Armenian and Georgian departments in education. They did not do Azerbaijani section. Our intelligentsia fought for it, and finally they agreed to do a Azerbaijani section as a pilot project for 3 years. Guess what? 200 Azerbaijanis came out of it as elementary school teachers. Elementary school teachers. And those people brought opera, ballet, women's college, publishing houses, newspapers, magazines, pedagogical university, etc., to our country. The Renaissance and Enlightenment that we benefit from was built by elementary school teachers. Do not forget the roots where we are coming from. That was brought over by those who studied to become elementary school teachers. And then the Soviet Union collapsed, and then they wanted to move that to Azerbaijan. Russians would not allow. There were no governments, so Firidun Bey, who was a student of the seminary, became a director of the Azerbaijani Center, wanted to move it to Azerbaijan. He said he stole the archives and documents of the section. He said, at this age, I'm stealing something. Maybe something good will come out of it. And he put it on a train with his own resources. He was coming to Azerbaijan. They stopped it at the border in Askafa and said, where are you taking it? Mashhadi Ibrahim donated this 17-room mansion for Firidun Bey to start the first school in Azerbaijani in Qazax. Why? Because Firidun Bey educated his sons, took to Gori, and they never studied up to the end. They failed, by the way, right? And that's what happened. So they started with his wife, Bad Sabana. They started this school over here. 3,000 Azerbaijanis came out of that school, and those are Osman Saravelli, Samet Vurgun, Mehdi Hussein, etc. And they changed this country. Those were teachers, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to emphasize this word over and over. Those who changed this country were teachers. They studied to become a teacher, okay? So then, Firidun Bey, you heard this morning that he was not just a teacher, he was also someone who signed Declaration of Independence. And they shot him in the streets of Ganja. We don't even know where his body is. That picture is so much, I am amazed, mesmerized with that picture of Bad Sabana. They never called her Bad Sabah Khanım. They called her Bad Sabana. Their story is a love story. He fell in love with her in Shusha. He married her. She was illiterate. She didn't even know how to read and write. So he taught her how to read and write. And they never had kids. He would tell her, just go. Or she would tell him, just go, marry someone else. He didn't. Neither did she. After they shot him, assassinated him, she devoted her entire life to his legacy. All she wanted to gather and hide his books and writings so that she could publish them. And she went to Shaki. She was a director of an orphanage in Shaki. Hundreds of kids. She adopted one of them, Rosa Khanum. And she lived with those kids in the same orphanage. Firuddin Bey and Batsabana lived in this building on the second floor. Who says Thomas Jefferson invented academical village? Firuddin Bey Köçerli and Batsabana were the beginners of that in Azerbaijan because they lived and worked in the same house where they, in fact, taught and took care of the people, right? And she died on a train. I mean, she got a cold and died in Baku. If you have some guts and some passion, faith in you, go try to find her grave in Baku. You would be amazed. Nobody even knows about it, right? But that doesn't matter. So we came over here and we rebuilt this seminary, and this is what we did, bit by bit. Every brick, every stone we wanted to preserve. And we somehow managed. After that, we went into this hammam. It was hammam. It was not hammam. It was a disgrace on Qazax and on the whole nation of Azerbaijan. Disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. Women of Qazax would not be able to walk in front of this place because of what was happening in that place. And we said, you cannot have that attached to the heritage site like that with a mosque in front of you. So we took it away and we rebuilt it and we turned it into art center. And then we got the whole people of Qazax over here with the whole administrators and government, and we told them we brought Üzeyir's exhibition there. And we brought Üzeyir's glasses and Üzeyir's violin, Afet Khan, there, right? And we said, we cleaned up hammam and we brought Üzeyir into it. We took soap opera away and we brought opera of Üzeyir and ADA into it. And now you have to protect it and you have to take care of it. It's an art center, okay? And then somebody bought, a donor, all those houses across the street, and we turned it into a faculty housing, and Vafa Muallim is right. While we were designing it, we were saying, I would like my faculty. They were saying, what are you doing? This is just a rayon. Why are you doing that? And I would look at those people and I would say, how miserable you are inside your own mind. We are building a housing for Muallim, where Firuddin Bey and Batsabana lived, in their school. It should be top of the line, and it should be in a state like that. And our Muallim will come there, they will live there, they will eat there, they will have their kebabs in that mangal, samovar in the evening, and it is happening now. And after that, we picked up this school and we turned it into student housing, and that's where you are staying, and you see in which kind of condition that is. And then the mission keeps going on. So seminaria is here, an art center is here, faculty housing is here, student housing is here, and now we are finishing up design of an academic building and the student center next to it, right? And I can show you a few images, what they are about. So basically, if anybody understands 2D drawing, skip the basement. It has the 50-person classroom, 25-person classroom, 4 of them, stairs, core, etc. and student cafeteria and lounge like ADA Student Center with 150 seats in it, and second floor and third floor, and it will have a capacity of about 360 or so students in one time. And these are the images, basically. That's what you are seeing, the staircase floating and corridors wide enough, 24-person classrooms and 50-person classrooms, etc., and student lounges, things like that. But I want to tell you something about this. We are not done yet, if that is not done. This is the important one. No one can give you the context like this for a design. It's an incredibly inspiration opportunity because it's a natural setting, right? Once we have this academical village, we are now trying to understand where is our great lawn. Maybe this is the great lawn starting here with alley of enlightened ones and continuing all the way through. You have seen those monuments above. Maybe that's the one. Or we are sitting with the architect and he's drawing an axis like this and saying, maybe that is our great lawn. And we are conceptualizing an amphitheater there. Faith is important. You have gone into this business because you have a faith in the future of humanity. You have a faith in humanity. You teach them, you generate knowledge, you transmit that knowledge because you have a faith in humanity. No matter what happens in Atlantic across, you will keep teaching because you have faith in humanity. And you need to have a faith. My faith is deeply rooted in people like Üzeyir, Arablinsky, Sarabsky, Sabir, Hasan Bey, Hamide Hanım Javanshir, and Firudin Bey, Badsebana. That is how deep my faith goes to. And that is why I call myself an Azerbaijani, because Meslek that they have has made me into who I am today. And I'm a very successful Azerbaijani. I'm the proudest Azerbaijani you will find in the entire world and on planet Mars, if ever we go there with Elon Musk, okay? So I'm the proudest one because I'm deeply rooted in my Meslek. I know those people and who they are and what they have done. And we have to be an image of them, in fact, right? So we're saying, let's put an amphitheater there and then look forward. And what am I seeing? I'm seeing a mosque, a temple of faith in God, in humanity, in Buddha, in Jesus, in universe, right? In front of me, there is my mosque, temple of my faith. But in the middle of it, there is what they call Şehitler Khiyabanı, which we are redesigning right now. And the mission will not be done if we don't rebuild what is there. I'm going to be honest with you, turn the TVs and cameras off or keep them on. I don't like the word Shahid. For me, it has a different connotation. I call them heroes, fallen heroes. They have died, they have fallen, because of milletin gayreti ve anasının, bacısının, hanımının namusunu korumak için helak olan qəhrəmanlardı onlar. Şəhiddiler belki de başka bir mənada. Ama mənim aləmimdə they are heroes, fallen for the dignity of this nation, of their mothers, of their sisters. So what an incredible opportunity to have that in the center of your campus. An amazing way to use that as your engine, as your face, and to educate these Azerbaijanis, these teachers and school principals about them, right? And who are they? Why is it that they have fallen? And now I'm asking you a question. Who are we? And why are we here? Right? What is our story? We will be 20 years old. I ask this question. Anytime somebody brings me over here, I ask a question. Why are you here? I know from history why Samat Furgun came here. Firuddin Bey didn't want to admit him as a student, but then he did. I know why Firuddin Bey came here, Bad Sabana came here, what they did, and etc. I'm asking you a question, and I don't want an answer from you. You go find that answer. Why are you here? Why on earth you came here on a day like this, on a weekend like of your own? So if you are here, that means there is something inside you stirring up. You did not come for an event, for a panel discussion, or to get an award. You got on a train and you came here. There is that maslak deep inside you. Stir it up and try to understand, and let's transmit it to others as well. And I'm not talking about you as Azerbaijanis. I'm talking about Fabio, Matteo, and then Wasim, and etc., right? We are here. Why are we here? And let's leave with that thought. We are doing new strategy of ADA. Okay, a little bit about that. We did the first one in 2015, and we called it ADA 2025. We are finishing ADA Vision 2035, ADA Strategic Plan 2030, right? And outline, final paper of that is not ready. It needs some improvement. And we're going to bring outside experts as well. For the next 3 months, you will be working like in a hell, day and night, because we have a deliverable. In May, on May 1, all of us will go to Gülistan Palace, faculty and students, all of ADA. And we're going to have the biggest celebration in Azerbaijan. If any of you remember 2016, right, you know what I'm talking about. We're going back to Gülistan. When we go to Gülistan, we're going to tell this nation what has been our impact for the past 10 years through 2025. We are also going to tell this nation what will be the impact of this university for the next 10 years. And what is our clearly defined roadmap to get to that vision and to get to that plan. A lot of things will change, reshuffled, etc., etc. And you know why? I'll tell you why. This Azermalim, can I quote you? We were fighting and debating and arguing in these strategy development sessions, and then this, I call you Dean or I call you Muallim, maybe Muallim or Alim. He comes in and he is like a faculty member, like a Muallim, gets up in front of us, and then he has done his research and with all the quotes and everything, and he tells us, let me tell you something. Anybody who sits next to you and complains about ADA, about administration, deans, I mean this second floor, etc., etc., stand up and change your seat, I say. Because that person complaining will ruin your life. Change your seat, go sit next to someone who can tell you where we have come for the past 10-something years. And Azermalim was telling us, listen, there is Harvard, there is University of Bologna, 900 years old, 400 years old, 300 years old, 200 years old, and look how old we are, right? We are saying this March we will be 20 years old, but that's a bluff. It's just a decree which was issued in 2006. We launched the first graduate degree in 2009. We graduated the first 20 students in 2011. We launched the first undergraduate degree in 2011, right? We had this decree telling us we are not diplomatic academy but a university in 2013, right? We are in a matter, it's like 10 years old, 10 or 12 years old. And we are saying what we have accomplished is mind-boggling. It's mesmerizing accomplishment. Let's think about that a little bit, right? Not necessarily, and build on that success, on that positive, versus, oh, we have this shortcoming. Naturally, we do. We are just 10 years old, okay? We did the first strategy in 2015, and we completed that. We are just 10 years old, not 20 years old. And imagine what we have accomplished in just 10 years old, right? But I also have a lot of faith in this university for one single reason, because it's not just about the buildings and then lakes and etc. We have people in this university who can get together and say, I have accomplished this much, but I believe we can fix that. We can also make it better. We can also do, so we realize our risks and we want to fix those risks. If you think like that, you will never fail. Maybe you will go up and you will come down, but you will go up again if that is what kind of guts we have. Big changes are coming up. We have launched too many programs. We have done too many initiatives. We need to let some, and we are under a lot of weight right now. We need to let some of them go. You will not be able to keep everything that you have created so far. We have to let some of them go. We have to merge some of them to make them better, more value added. We have to reform our education model. Neighbors in Georgia, in Turkey, etc., are doing that, right? So, true. You cannot produce research, or you can't even be a decent father or mother if you come and teach 6 courses as a professor and 8 courses as an instructor, and you go back to your family and you still have to cook some dinner for your kids and give them a hug and teach them fractions. I'm so scared of fractions. You know, I'm still scared of fractions. I don't know how to explain that. Okay? So we need to redo what we have done, what we have created. And don't be pessimistic. Are we research? We are not research. You're just 10 years old, folks. And you know what? Get out of your offices, classrooms, walk through that campus, right? Go across the bridge and look at what we have built. This university has built it, right? There is a school of agriculture, school of architecture, design, right? They have tens of laboratories. They have labs. Finally, we have labs, right? We have a different kind of places. We are bringing different kind of faculty, etc. Now, SPIA, business, engineering, law, education, those schools we launched before, they need to catch up and get to the level that we are thinking about those applied sciences. And it will happen. If anybody complains, whispering to your ears or so, get up and change your seat. Don't let that person ruin your life. And think where we are and what we have accomplished, where we're going to go. Those loads will have to decrease. The labs will have to come. The research will be pushed forward. We're going to change the definition of faculty in this university for ADA 2035. because we are also capable of learning lessons from what we have done. Roll up your sleeves and help. You came here not to get an award. You came to the home and school of Firidun Bey Köçerli and Bad Sabana. Go home, try to read more books about them, more stories about them. Let's try to answer this question. Why did I come to Qazax today, on this particular day? And what is your story compared to those people on that wall? And what will be your impact in this country, in this nation, when you will be gone, right? We don't want you to go. Maybe in that particular note, I just finish and leave you 2 hours, 3 minutes for break. Okay? Thank you. It's a big accomplishment. I finished in 30 minutes.
Çox hörmətli Hafiz müəllim, universitetin dəyərli professor və müəllim heyəti, əziz tədbir iştirakçıları, möhtəşəm təhsil məbədində hər birinizi salamlayır, görkəmli ziyalıların vətəni olan Qazaxımıza hər birinizə xoş gəlmişsiniz deyirəm. Azərbaycan ədəbiyyatında yüzlərlə görkəmli şəxsiyyətlər olmuşdur ki, bu şəxsiyyətlər zaman-zaman tarixləşərək yaddaşlara köçmüş və Azərbaycanın mədəniyyət tarixində özünə məxsus yer tutmuşlar. Belə şəxsiyyətlərdən biri də görkəmli pedaqoq, publisist, ədəbiyyatşünas və tənqidçi Firidun bəy Köçərlidir. Maarif fədası olan Firidun bəy Köçərli zülmətdə parlayan bir ulduz kimi ətrafa nur saçmış, onun çorağı Qoridən, İrəvandan, Qazaxdan, Gəncədən, Azərbaycan uzqar kəndlərindən gəlmişdir. Təsadüfi deyil ki, Qori müəllimlər seminariyasının Azərbaycan şöbəsinin Qazaxa köçürülüb, onun əsasında milli seminariyanın yaradılması birbaşa Firidun bəy Köçərli ilə bağlıdır. Onun həyat fəaliyyətinin ən parlaq dövrü Qazax müəllimlər seminariyasının müdiri vəzifəsində çalışdığı 1918-1920-ci illərdir. 20-ci əsr Azərbaycan tarixində ictimai-siyasi həyatında xüsusi yeri olan şəxsiyyətlər, alimlər, tanınmış müəllimlər məhz Qazax müəllimlər seminariyasının məzunları olmuşdur. Firidun bəy Köçərlinin öz ifadəsi ilə desək, müəllimlik ağırdır. Ancaq park və müqəddəs xidmətdir. Seminariyada aldığınız elm və tərbiyə elə yüksək və hündür məqamda saxlayın ki, nuru ətrafı işıqlandıra bilsin. Ulu Öndər Heydər Əliyevin təhsil siyasətini uğurla davam etdirən, Azərbaycan elminə, təhsilinə, incəsənət və mədəniyyətinə hər zaman yüksək önəm verən, möhtəşəm cənab Prezident İlham Əliyev Azərbaycan təhsilinin inkişafında böyük əməyi olmuş, Firidun bəy Köçərli irsinə dəyər verərək demişdir. Firidun bəy Köçərli Azərbaycan ədəbiyyatının tarixi inkişaf yoluna dair qiymətli mənbə təşkil edən əsərlər yaratmış və çoxcəhətli zəngin fəaliyyəti ilə ictimai mədəni fikrin təşəkkülünə mühüm töhfələr vermişdir. Ölkəmizdə təhsil sisteminin milli əsaslar üzərində qurulması prosesində onun maarifçi, ziyalı kimi apardığı işlər böyük əhəmiyyətə malikdir. Bir çox ziyalılarımız da hər zaman Firidun bəy Köçərlinin təhsilin inkişafında xidmətlərini yüksək qiymətləndirərək onun barəsində dəyərli fikirlər söyləmişdilər. Belə ziyalılarımızdan Filologiya elmlər doktoru, professor, əməkdar elm xadimi Mirzəlal Paşayev Firidun bəy Köçərlinin fəaliyyətini çox yüksək qiymətləndirərək demişdir. Firidun bəyin ədəbiyyat tədqiqatı Azərbaycan ədəbiyyatşünaslığı üçün çox qiymətli və tarixi xidmətdir. Onun sayəsində qədim dövrün bir çox şairləri və əsərləri meydana çıxarılıb xalqa tanıdılmışdır. Yenə onun tədqiqatı sayəsində böyük kiçik bütöv Azərbaycan şairləri haqqında vaxtında ilk təsəvvür hasil edilmişdi. Onun əsərləri uzun illər qədim ədəbiyyat tarixçiləri üçün mənbə və vəsait olmuşdu. Bu institutun bir institutun görə bilmədiyi işi Firdun bəy Köçərli tək başına görmüşdür. Böyük ziyalı Firdun bəy Köçərlinin 3 il öncə bu təhsil məbədində Ağdam Universitetinin təşkilatçılığı ilə 160 illik jubileyi yüksək səviyyədə qeyd edilmişdi. Bildiyiniz kimi 26 yanvar tarixində görkəmli maarifçinin 163 yaşı tamam olur. Biz də ad gününü təbrik edir və dəyərli ziyalımıza Allahdan rəhmət dilərik. Hörmətli Hafiz müəllim, dəyərli alimlərimiz, mən 10 il müddət ərzində Qazax İran İcra Hakimiyyətinin başçısı olaraq fəaliyyətim dövründə Cənab Prezidentin rəhbərliyi ilə Qazaxda bir çox işlər görülmüşdü. Görülmüş işlərdən xüsusilə yadda qalan ikisini diqqətinizə çatdırmaq və əməyi olanlara isə öz minnətlarımı bildirirəm. Birinci, ölkə başçısı İlham Əliyev cənablarının Qazax müəllimlər seminariyasının yaradılmasının 100-cü il dönümünün layiqincə qeyd olunması üçün 13 noyabr 2018-ci ildə sərəncamı rəhbər tutaraq Ağdam Universiteti tərəfindən tamamilə seminariyanın yenidən qurularaq fəaliyyətinin bərpa edilməsidir. Müstəqil Azərbaycan Respublikasının ilk təhsil məbədlərindən olan Qazax müəllimlər seminariyası ilə beynəlxalq səviyyədə özünə məxsus yeri olan Ağdam Universiteti arasında böyük bağlılıq yaratdığınıza, eyni zamanda tarixi İsrafil Ağa Hamamının İncəsənət Mərkəzinə çevirdiyinizə görə öz adımdan, Qazax ziyalıları və ictimaiyyət adından hörmətli Hafiz müəllim sizə Ağdam Universitetinin kollektivinə, bu işdə əməyi olan hər kəsə bir daha tərin təşəkkürümüzü bildiririk. İkinci mühüm hadisələrdən isə biri, Cənab Prezidentimizin rəhbərliyi ilə Qazaxımızın 4 kəndinin bir güllə belə atmadan geri qaytarılmasıdır. Bugün rayon ictimaiyyəti çox qürurludur. Məcburi köçkünlər öz dədə-baba yurdlarına qayıtmağı səbirsizliklə gözləyir və bütün bunlara görə Qazax ictimaiyyəti adından, məcburi köçkünlər adından, öz adımdan və icazənizlə sizlərin adından Azərbaycan Respublikasının Prezidenti Ali Başkomandan İlham Əliyev cənablarına dərin minnətlarımızı bildirək. Hörmətli Hafiz müəllim, dəyərli ziyalılar, Qazax müəllimlər seminariyasının bərpası prosesində ilk günlərdən yaxından iştirak edən, Azərbaycana, Qazaxa seminariyaya ürəkdən bağlı olan Azərbaycan araşdırmacısı, publisisti, hərbi jurnalist Nasir Şəmstan Nəzirinin bu məkanda vəfatı bizləri dərindən təsirləndirdi. Özünüzə əziz saydığınız, daim qayğı göstərdiyiniz və dost deyə müraciət etdiyiniz Şəmstan müəllimin topladığı materiallar əsasında Qoridən gələn Qatar sənədi povestini ölümündən sonra nəşr etdiyinə görə hörmətli Hafiz müəllim sizə və sizin kollektivinizə bir daha dərin minnətlarımızı bildiririk. Sağ olun, var olun, bir daha təşəkkür edirik. Sağ olun diqqətinizə görə. Hörmətli Hafiz müəllim, hörmətli dəyərli ziyalılar, Qazax hər zaman səslənib, mədəniyyətin, incəsənətin, təhsilin beşiyidir. Burada bir çox incəsənət inkişaf var, o cümlədən saz söz sənətidir. Ona görə biz belə qərara gəldik ki, sizə bir hədiyyəmiz var, hörmətli Hafiz müəllim, əgər mümkünsə buyurun, o hədiyyəni sizə təqdim edin.
Elə bilirəm ki, bu çox elə mənalıydı. Çoxdandır bir yerə toplaşmırıq, bir-birimizi görmürük. Bu dəfə əlbəttə bütün kollektivi yığa bilmədik, amma müəyyən hissəsi buradadır. Və yenə deyirəm, Ağdam Universitetinin bu məkanda öz fəaliyyəti haqqında gələcək planları haqqında eşitməyiniz çox yaxşı oldu. Mən də bu tədbirə bir daha ona görə minnətdarımı bildirmək istərdim ki, mən də elə bəzi müəllimləri yenidən tanıdım, bəzilərini də heç tanımırdım. Amma mən deyim sizə ki, bəziləri elə öz aralarınızda da bir-birinizi tanımırsınız. Məsələn, mən deyəsən, Xəlil adın sənin. Xəlil danışanda mən gördüm, o birisilər çox diqqətlə baxırlar ona. Görünür, onu yaxşı tanımamışsınız hələ indiyənəcən. Mən də yaxşı tanıdım indi. Sonra Ceyran. Ceyranın adı Ceyrandır da, bilirsiniz. Amma mən bir dəfə yadımdadır, liftə girəndə Ceyran girdi liftə. Dedim ki, hansı fakültədə oxuyursunuz? Dedim, mən oxumuram, mən müəlliməyəm. Gör, bizim başqa çıxışçılar da. Sizin adınız nədir? Mehriban. Ha, sənin hamısının adı gör nə gözəl adlardır. Mehriban. Böyle bir ki, dünən məktəbi qutarıb. Amma Yaponiyadan danışır, Amerikadan danışır. Hər biriniz haqqında mən deyə bilərəm. Yaxşı sözlər deyə bilərəm. Amma bilirəm ki, demək vaxtıdır. Azad müəllimi mən deməyə bilmərəm. Azad müəllim bugün bizim qarşımızda çıxış elədi və Firidun bəy Köçərli haqqında sənədləşdirilmiş faktları bizə təqdim elədi. Biz əlbəttə rəhmətlik Şəmistan müəllimin vasitəsilə çoxunu bilirdik, amma Azərbaycan qəzetində o faktlar bizim üçün çox dəyərli oldu. Çox sağ olun, Azad müəllim, minnətdarıq sizə. Hamınıza minnətdaram. Minnətdaram ki, siz əsas missiyanızı çox istəklə, fərəhlə, ehtirasla yerinə yetirirsiniz. Onsuz ADA Universitetinin müvəffəqiyyəti olmaz. Mən xahiş edirəm ki, bu həyəcanı, bu ehtirası, bu sevgini həmişə saxlayasınız özünüzdə və bizim universitet yaxşı sözlər danışdı. Hamı o barədə danışdı. Mən istəmirəm bir də təkrar olsun. Amma bu universitetin gələcəyi sizdən asılıdır. Və Qalibin dediyi kimi, bilməyin ki, bu universitet artıq 20 yaşı var, yox. 10 yaşımız var da, 12 yaşımız var. Bu müddət ərzində çox işlər görülüb və çox işləri də mən sizdən gözləyirəm. Siz mənə söz versəz ki, bu işlərdə olacaqsınız, 5 il, 10 il, mən də sizinlə olaram. Çox sağ olun bir daha. Əcəb mənim sizə də çox sağ olun. Siz bizə icazə vermişsiniz, biz də iş görək. Biz də elə bil ki, sizin də üzümüzü ağartmışıq.
Var olun, həmişə var olun. Şərəf gətirdiniz. ADA mərkəzinin Qazaxda xidməti, fəaliyyəti çox böyük dəyərləndirir və ictimaiyyətə bəyənir. Təşəkkür ederim.
Çox sağ olun, hamınız çox sağ olun. İndi isə ən vacib missiyadır da. Ben gerək mükafatları verək.
Hədiyyələrin verim şəxs mənim.
Doğrudan onun içində demədim ha.
Hədiyyələrin.
Yeni il hədiyyəsidir.
Yox, mükafat hədiyyəsi ayrı.
Buna da vermişəm.
Bəli. Deməli, birinci biz dəvət eləmək istəyirik Vinyer müəllimi, Spiya fakültəsinin, İlin müəllimi Spiya tərəfdən.
Vinyer müəllim, bax, həvəslə lazım olanda gəlir bura, Qazax mərkəzinə, seminariya və burada magistrlar üçün dərs deyirsiniz də. 10 gün vaxt keçirirsiniz. Burada elə bilirəm ki, sizin o yanağınızda o ki, qızartı var ya, o Qazaxdan gələn şeydir. Çox sağ olun. Vinyer müəllim, sizə. Çox sağ olun. Recep müəllimin də var.
Çox sağ olun.
Oo.
Belə bu forma. Tutun. Çox sağ olun.
Sağ olun. Bura.
Mehriban,
Danışmaq istəyirsən deyəsən.
Mehriban Əhmədova Business Fakültəsi.
Mehriban, best müəllim. Asan deyil bunu qazanmaq. Çox sağ ol. Tələbələr səni çox istəyir.
50-50.
Olmadı ki, bizdə 100% çox istəyirik sizi. Sağ olun.
Düşməz, düşməz. Bax, bizə sağ olun.
Sonra?
Sonra Samir Məmmədov.
Samir, mənim gözləntilərimi həyata keçirirsən. Mən istəyirdim ki, bizim məzunlar qayıtsın bizim universitetə, müəllim olsun, tədqiqatçı olsun. Sən o yolun başlanğıcısan. Mən səni təbrik edirəm. Sən mübarək olsun. Ceyran, gel bura. Ceyran buyur.
Çok sağ olun. Teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun. Teşekkürler.
Və Foundation proqramı Xəlil İsrafilzadə.
Xəlil, nə vaxtdan bizdə işləyirsən?
4-cü ilə keçdik.
4 il, ha.
Sağ olun, təşəkkürlər.
Təbrik. Təbriklər.
Gəldik deməli, ilin ən yaxşı alimi. İkinci dəfə alır bu mükafatı. Kərim Kəskin. Business fakültəsi.
Kərim, aldığın mükafatı necə xərcləyirsən?
Başa düşmədim, kusura bakmayın.
Monetary award.
Görsən?
I invest.
Gəl bura. Invest hara? Nəyə invest edirsən?
Dollars.
Deyirən ki, tədqiqata. Düzdür? Tədqiqata.
Çok sağ olun.
Sağ ol. Sağ ol. Sonra?
Bir də bizim Blackboard mükafat alanlar var. Ruslan Müslimov bu gün də çıxış eləmişdi. Sayt fakültəsi.
Ruslan, sən neçə ildir bizdəsən?
4.
Maşallah. Mübarəkdir.
Çox sağ olun.
Sən əvvəl soruşdun, insentiv nədir, hə? Sən sual verdin, hə? Sonra özün cavab verdin. Sağ ol.
Çox sağ olun.
Cəmaləddin Həsənov, o da bizim texnologiyadan nümunəvi istifadə edən müəllimlərdən.
Tamam, sağ ol. Təbrik edirəm.
Mehriban xanımı bir də dəvət eləyəcəyik. Bütün mükafatları apardı bu gün.
Çok sağ olun.
Təbrik.
Çok sağ olun.
Deyən böyle bir şey içərisində. Qurtardı.
Bəli, qurtardı. İndi qısa...
Bəs qalibə bir mükafat yoxdur. Qalib hardasan?
Gələcək müəllim.
Gəl bura, Recep müəllimin mükafatı var sənə. Deyəm burada belə.
Bu mükafatı da bırak.
Təbrik edirəm. Bugün mükafat alanlara Şəmistənin kitabını vermirik.
Mən bilmirəm,
Yaxşı.
demədilər, verərik sonra.
Sonra verərik.
Buyurun, oturun hamısı mənim.
Bəs sənə mükafat.
Mən də elə, bu hamısı mükafatdır.
Gəlin danışaq. Bugün musiqi olacaq. Musiqini də niyə eləmişik? Çünki Vəfa xanımının oynamağını gözləyirik. Bax, onda sənə mükafat verəcəyik. Yaxşı? Sağ olun.
Sağ olun. İndi bilirik, hamı balaca bir fasilə verir, siz ziyafətə başlayasınız, sonra isə biz musiqi proqramından davam eləyəcəyik.
Bir də axşamınız xeyir hamıya. Əvvəla demək istəyirəm ki, yəni etiraf etmək istəyirəm ki, bugün çox gözəl bir gün yaşayırıq bu müqəddəs məkanda və mən istəyirəm ki, bu günün hər dəqiqəsini biz yadımızda saxlayaq. Çünki doğrudan da belə günlər nadir hallar olur. Çox bu gün ərzində eşitdik, çox gözəl sözlər eşitdik, çox gözəl fikirlər səsləndi və günün axırında bir kulminasiya kimi, bir ürək sözləri kimi musiqini təqdim etmək istəyirik sizə və mən musiqiçilərin regaliyalarını deməyəcəm. Çünki musiqiçilərin regaliyaları onların musiqisidir, onların yaradıcılığıdır. Və ilk öncə mən iki gözəl musiqiçimizi bu səhnəyə dəvət edirəm. İsmail Zeynalov, vokal və Müşfiq Quliyev. Buyurun.
Her gecem oldu keder, güsse felaket sensiz. Her gecem oldu keder, güsse felaket sensiz. Her nefes çektim heder gitti o saat sensiz. Her nefes çektim heder gitti o saat sensiz. Senin ol celbeyleyen vesline and içtim inan. Senin ol celbeyleyen vesline and içtim inan. Hicrine yandı canım, yok daha takat. Hicrine yandı canım, yok daha takat sensiz. Başka bir yar nice aktarım ey nazlı senem. Bilirem sen de dedin yok yara hacet sensiz. Bilirem sen de dedin yok yara hacet sensiz. Sen benim kalbime hakim, sana kul oldu gönül. Sen azizsen ben ucuz bir hecem afet sensiz. Sen azizsen ben ucuz bir hecem afet sensiz. Sen nizamiden eğer arkayın olsan da gülüm, gece gündüz arayıp olmadı rahat sensiz. Gece gündüz arayıp olmadı rahat sensiz. Yarım sensiz, canım sensiz. Ah yarım sensiz, ah canım sensiz. Ah gülüm sensiz. Sensiz. güzel ayetlerin ey sevgili Canan. Olmuş bütün alemde senin şenine şayan. Gel eyle nevaziş, gel eyle nevaziş, mene ver bu selebinden. Çünkü güzelin bu sesidir aşık ehsan. Çünkü güzelin bu sesidir aşık ehsan. Sordum ki gönül hardadır, aldım bu cevabı. Hiç sorma tapılmaz, onu aktarsa da insan. Rahmiyle dedim gel, rahmiyle deyip sev ki bir gözyaşımı töktüm. Gel kanım ile oynama ey afeti dövran. İnsafına ger var, insafına ger var. Elme bu nizami senle nece reftar eylesin ey mehitaban. Senle nece reftar eylesin ey mehitaban. Gel sevgili Canan.
Növbəti ifaçıları təqdim eləməyi məndən xahiş elədilər. Amma söz verirəm ki, çox danışmayacağım. Bu stulları qoyana kimi danışacağım amma. Demək, siz bundan biraz öncə, burası maarif-i məclis deyirik biz. Bu zal, bu məkan çox tədbirlər görüb. Amma belə bir masalar və belə bir yemək, belə bir ziyafət, yani sonu yoktu yani creativity nöqteyi nəzərdən. Bundan sonra nə eləyəcəyik bilmirəm. Çox gözəl bir şey var idi. Nəyə görə bunu elədik? Çünki danışırdıq ki, zaman vardı, bizə bir Müslüman ölkəsi, bir cahillik ölkəsi kimi baxırdılar. Amma tarixi araşdırsaz, görərsiniz ki, Həmidə xanım Cavanşir kimi Azərbaycanlılar bu sərhəddi keçirdilər Qazaxdan. Tbilisi'ye, Tiflis'e gedirdiler. Oradaki ziyafetlerde giyinip kecinip bir Azerbaycanlı hanımı kimi o generalların, o pristavların karşısına çıkardı ve onunla intellektual söhbətlər eləyərdi. This was not just a place to eat kebabs, tikə, lülə, bastırma, etc., which was the first menu that they presented to us. We said, one objective is we bring this social fabric, culture, enlightenment, intellectual might, economic activity to Kazakh, but at the same time, we have to take this Kazakh outside the country, to Baku, to Washington, D.C., to Italy, the rest of the world, and present their talent. You saw those amazing kids, students, performing in the Arts Center just an hour ago. And they were truly, absolutely daring and amazing to stand in front of us and perform like that. But less we know, let's not forget that behind them, there are also teachers. Teachers of music schools. There are 2 music schools in Qazax. And those teachers are the one teaching them, instructing them how to perform like that. And tonight, we thought we would present those teachers to you. The school, music school number 2 of Qazax region, and I have a distinct honor to invite the teachers of those schools for their performance.
Könülden nuri mehabbet, gözümde perde-i zulmet. Ne nur olaydı ne zulmet, ne böyle hilget olaydı. Pembeyi dalgıcın oy oy oy on, içre nihandır bedenim. Pembeyi dalgıcın oy oy oy on, içre nihandır bedenim. Diri oldukça libasım, budur ölsem kefenim. Canı canan dilemiş, vermeme olmaz eydil. Canı canan dilemiş, vermeme olmaz eydil. Ne nizah eyleyelim, ol ne senindir ne benim. Ne dert olaydı, ne derman, ne sur olaydı, ne matem, ne aşiyane yüzlek, ne bari düşer